cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the BTs.
Anthems. We shall start with the East African Community Anthem, followed by African Union and Kenya Republic of Kenya. Please play the national anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all this be our earnest endeavor, and the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor, firm may we stand to defend. Let all with one accord, in common but united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
Let's take our seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before starting our program, we would like to thank the government and people of the Republic of Kenya for the hospitality accorded to all participants since their arrival, as well as hosting this event. We also recognize the partnership of the key stakeholders, that is B-Smart Technologies, GIZ, Africa Business Council, Trademark Africa, KEPSA, and East Africa Business Council. Just to give you a little bit overview of our forum, this is the 14th African Union Private Sector Forum, which is an institutionalized forum that we organize it every year. The theme of this forum is public-private sector engagement for inclusive growth and sustainable development, while deepening regional and continental trade and investment towards implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, the major objective also of our forum is to strengthen the linkages between regional and continental markets for increased trade and investment. Finally, our expectation for this forum is to come up with recommendations and propose roadmap towards strengthening linkages between regional and continental markets for increased trade and investment, and private sector declaration on business-friendly activities that are geared towards environmental sustainability and mitigation of addressing climate change. Let me take this opportunity also to inform this forum that this forum is organized by the African Union Commission and the East African Community. I would like to introduce to the high table, we have His Excellency, Mr. Joe Bwanjohi, who is the head of Policy Research and Advocacy. We have Ms. Carol Kariuki, Her Excellency, EBS, MBA CEO, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA. We have Her Excellency, Ms. Angelina Ngalula, Chairperson, East Africa Business Council. We have Her Excellency, Dr. Amani Asfour. Dr. Amani is the President of Africa Business Council. We have Ms. Annette Semweba. His Excellency, Ms. Annette Semweba, is the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community. We have a representative of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And last but not least, we have His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, who is Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals of the African Union Commission. And finally, we have Her Excellency, Honorable Rebecca Miano, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East African Community. I don't know if I have missed anybody in the podium. I think I have introduced all of them. So we are now going to start with the remarks, and I would like to call Mr. Job Wanjohi, Head of Policy Research and Advocacy, to make his remarks. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. You've heard my name is Job Wanjohi. I'm here studying, representing Kenya Association of Manufacturers, a leading advocacy association within Kenya for the value-adding companies, ensuring that we are driving industrialization and we are driving agriculture, driving trade, and especially at this time and within this spirit, we are talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area. It has been a positive journey looking at how we can drive the growth of our industries in Africa, ensuring that we are doing lots of value addition out of the minerals, out of the agricultural outputs, out of many other products that we have as inputs for industries. Ensuring how we can make total value addition on them before we engage in trade across Africa and beyond Africa. And by doing this is so that we can retain the wealth, we can retain the investment, we can retain the jobs, we can retain many other things. Even sustainable development, as is enshrined in the theme that we have for this private sector forum at the African Union. Also looking at how we can have constant sustainable collaboration between the private sector and the public sector, not only in the country, but also across Africa, so that through that, and this is enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goal number 17 on sustainable partnership, we have collaboration that are creating synergies. I'm here to paint the picture of Africa and how we are looking at it today and the days that are coming. Demographically, you look at Africa as one country that has 1.3 billion people, and by 2050, we are looking at how we can have 2.5 billion people. We have, unfortunately, youths, high rate of unemployment for the youths at 40%. It's expected to escalate by that time. And it's us, as when we are making the way forward as private sector today, to see how in the next 27 years, we are going to have a positive effect as far as employment is concerned. And the middle class in African setup, if I today stands at that 4%, the owners of capital, the owners of knowledge, by 2050, it will be at around 40%. And these are comparative advantages that we have as African continent. Working age by 2050 in Africa will be having 1.2 billion people. We have to get jobs for them. We have to ensure that we're optimizing on the knowledge and this human capital that we have. As Africa, we have set the right stage for ourselves in terms of investments in education. Like here in Kenya, we have free primary education and secondary education, so that we have a working capital that is enabled. In good health, we also have women and girl child inclusion in our works. If I like now, when we're talking of export processing zone, like in Kenya, the textile and apparel, we have heavy inclusion of women in the manufacture of garments and apparels. And this is a positive thing that we're looking at, how it can be replicated across Africa, because you find that bringing women into the working fold is something that is quite integral even for the family level and the sustainability of our families. Digitization has also been great as far as Africa is concerned. In Kenya, we are a leading country as far as digital transformation and innovation is concerned. And this is something else that's going to be very important at the African level when we're talking about digital economy and ensuring that we are reducing as much as possible on the cost of production because of the digitization. Factors of production in Africa are also quite high. We're talking about land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. You find that we have a youth, we have a demography that is quite entrepreneurial. And it is just a question of giving them this chance so that they can get working, they can get into the value addition, they can get into the retail of what is made in Africa. But when you look at the intra-African trade, and even we look at it from regional economic communities, it's a bit wanting. And it's our interest to see how we can reach where Asian as a bloc is, or where European Union as a bloc is. As Africa, we are oscillating around 14 to 18%. And in case of East African Community as a regional economic bloc, we are at 18%. Intra-COMESA trade at 14%. Intra-Africa trade, 14.4%. We're talking of North America free trade area, NAFTA, that is at 18, same level as what we are doing in Africa. But our aspiration is to get to where Asia is at 59%, or where European Union is at 69%, or even more, because we have the intent to do trade among ourselves, and especially at this time that we have the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a question of seeing how soon as we can finish on the finalization of the protocols that are being negotiated. We're talking about the rules of origin, starting at around 88% finalization. How can we get to 100%? Or the tariff liberalization category A, B, and C, so that these can operationalize the trade, and we get to the 70% mark that where the European Union is. It is a vision that by 2035, as African Continental Free Trade Area takes shape, more trade is going to happen at about 450 billion US dollars, from the current 235 billion US dollars to 655 billion US dollars. And what is going to help us do this? What is coming from Africa should be value added in Africa. If we are talking about our coffee and our tea, we're talking about our minerals. For instance, I can give a case of tea in the country. And we are happy that we had the first consignment at the African Continental Free Trade Area going to Ghana. We have, for the longest, traditionally exported as bulk at 95%, with an aspiration of reducing this or increasing what we are value adding against what we are exporting as bulk. Where are we as Africa? Selling 95% of our tea in bulk, raw, not processed. And then we are importing back when it is finished, when it's blended with orange or something else. Where can we do it here in Africa? And that's the reason why we have that high rate of unemployment for the youth. That's the reason why investments flow. If you look at the investment per GDP, they're oscillating per country between 2%, 3%, or even lower. How can we get this better? Why are we blocking each other as far as trade liberalization is concerned? You find that a regional economic bloc has non-tariff barriers against the other. Or within the regional economic bloc, like now the East African Community, we're talking about SADC, you find their non-tariff barriers, and we need to eliminate them as much as possible so that we can continue doing trade as much as possible. Then import substitution, a very critical principle that we need to look into. If you look at almost all African countries, they are net importers, not only from Africa, but from the rest of the world. How can we look at where we have abundance? And we say that out of this abundance, we are going to consume out of it. And then we substitute, or we have alternative to what we import. And as an association, we have set the base for this. And we have tried to create a layer at an association level, reflective of what is happening at the African Union level, whereby if you're talking about Agenda 2063, getting the pharmaceuticals to this level, or getting the automotive sector to this level, even ourselves, we have done what is called the deep dive. And the deep dives are looking at how we can create 1 million jobs for Kenyans in the formal sector, in the manufacturing sector, from the current 350,000 jobs in the country, or the value-added output from about 8.5 billion US dollars to $50 billion by the close of 2030. Same when we're talking about the GDP contribution by the manufacturing sector, from the current 7.8% to 20% by 2030. This is informed by the spirit that has been created at the African level, and we are willing to plug into this spirit as much as possible. So as Kenya Association of Manufacturers, I have to say that we are behind this private sector forum, and the way forward that is going to be, we are going to come with, we are going to enshrine it within our mandate and within the goals that we have in the next 7 to 10 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to tell you to inform you that we give a round of applause, but before I did that, you had already done that, and I want to appreciate you for that. So we are now going to go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Susan Maingi, who is the Chair of Trade and Industry Sector Board of KEPSA. Ms. Susan, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished private sector leaders here, and ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. It's my pleasure here to be here making these remarks on behalf of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, who is the apex body of the private sector in Kenya. And I join all the other speakers who are here, welcome you all to Kenya and to this 4th AU High-Level Private Sector Forum. So, karibuni Kenya, asante. The theme of this forum, I think it deeply resonates with and the aspirations to the generations to come. And it really highlights the opportunities for the public-private sector engagement in developing continental protocols in the various areas and ensure that these are also domesticated in the member states to really accelerate the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And where we see loads of opportunities in which can include, areas in increasing trade and investment from a domestic and foreign investors. We can support small businesses owned by youth, and when you look at the youth gap in Africa, I think there's a really big opportunity for youth and having a thriving economy for them. Food security, which is also critical, and I think critical for Africa, that we are able to reliably and sustain our own food stocks and produce enough food for Africa for our own use and for export. Big topic is on sustaining our environment and biodiversity, and we can hear all the positive conversations around climate change, and also cross-border mobility, and I think that's a critical topic in making this a success. How do we make movement of goods, people, more from a logistics perspective, movements from a cost perspective, but also ease of cross-border mobility. Affordable healthcare, because with a healthy population is a more productive population. Being able to scale, and I think this is what even our sister organizations under the Kenya Association of Manufacturers are driving also that agenda in being able to build the manufacturing sector in Africa and build it to scale, and all the other opportunities I'm sure we can name, and those are just a few that I would like to highlight. But importantly is that if we have a highly productive, competitive continent with boundless opportunities to be able to tap into our bulging youth dividend, one of the starting points we see is there's a need to create a really strong and dynamic private sector and facilitatory public sector that sets the correct regulatory frameworks and policies, and also creating a good competitive environment in which we can operate. So when we reflect, looking at how we can go through that, is that collaboration is key. How do we collaborate between ourselves, the private sector, the public sectors, together with civil society, academia, innovators, development partners, to really steer the AfCFTA ship in the right trajectory if we're able, or if we wish to achieve our Agenda 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063, known as the Africa we want. So as private sector, we really must play our role because when you look at some of the statistics in Africa about private sector's role, you see that 80% of the total production, 2/3 of investments, 3/4 of the credit in Africa is driven by the private sector. Private sector employs about 90% of the working age population, and also 75, if you look at Kenya, 75% of our GDP in Kenya is private sector accounts for that population, as well as employing about 90% of the working age population. So if further to that, if you look at what private sector contributes in terms of government revenues through taxes and economic diversification and technology advancement through investment and innovation, it is really significant. Furthermore, companies in the private sector demonstrate their commitment to social impact through corporate social responsibility initiatives that support community development, education, healthcare, and environmental sustainability, to name a few areas. So despite all this recognition, to put it in short, we also need to also focus also on another area, which is the micro and small enterprises, the MSMEs, who often find themselves in the, what we call the punitive arm of the state, but outside the protective and facilitative arm of government. When we look at our statistics, particularly from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in Kenya, we see some of the statistics bring out some of the challenges include, access to credit, infrastructure and logistics, licenses, the tax policies and regimes, the regulatory environment and frameworks, and also access to markets as some of the issues that we have to deal with. So when we reflect again, as we sit here, how do we move if we are able or wish to achieve that SDG Agenda 2030 or the AU Agenda 2063? We will need to confront these challenges, but together, collaboratively, be able to co-create and form a united front in order for us to tackle these issues. So, if we can demonstrate a sustained commitment to address these challenges, as we have highlighted, and I've highlighted some of these issues above, and deepening our regional and continental integration, we can see and project that our FDIs can increase between 100 to 160%, bringing in more valued employment, expertise, and also facilitating deeper integration into our regional and global value chains. We also see not only more jobs, but better quality jobs, and also focusing on women experience and lifting almost close to 50 million out of extreme poverty by 2035, with real income rising by 9%. This is really a noble target which we want to achieve. Additionally, the deeper integration could lead to 32% increase in Africa's exports to the rest of the world and tap into the growth in intra-African exports, which is primarily driven by manufactured goods, which is an important part. So therefore, as we accelerate the conclusion of AfCFTA negotiations, ensuring comprehensive coverage of investments, competition policy, intellectual property rights, and e-commerce it is also essential that we have to work together towards building broad public support for AfCFTA and also monitoring, which is a critical aspect, the distributional impacts, and implementing, also critical, a social safety net to support those countries and businesses that may be impacted negatively. As I conclude on some of the comments, I'd like to state that as governments, we need to establish an enabling environment that encourages entrepreneurship. And we've seen it, there's a rich, there's someone, when you look at some of the entrepreneurs, what we're doing in terms of cutting edge, when we look from the digital, from financing, we need to tap into that, innovation and investments, while upholding transparency, and governance also plays a critical role. Simultaneously, private sector needs to embrace the opportunities presented by AfCFTA, while adopting responsible business practices that drive inclusive growth and also make a really strong positive social impact. In conclusion, I really like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, distinguished guests, partners who have worked with us, like BSmart, GIZ, Trademark Africa, all the exhibitors, organizers, and all the participants who have joined us today. This forum really provides us with an invaluable opportunity to share experiences, exchange best practices, and forge a new partnership that will shape the future of Africa. I think together, as we say, through collaboration and shared responsibility, we can really unlock the full potential of Africa, and this is what we deeply believe we can do. So thank you, and we look forward to great conversations over the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Susan. Just to underline just to highlight some key points from KEPSA as well as CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's clear that there is need to drive growth of industry in Africa, because this will enable us to retain jobs, investment, and economic growth in Africa. Africa is rich in its demography, and majority are youth population. Gave an example of women in Kenya, and in subsectors, they are leading, especially in garment industries. He also talked about the importance of digital economy through reducing costs. He gave an example of intra-African trade, which is low compared to other continents, like in Asia, which is far higher. Lastly, he gave an example of the importance of industrialization in Africa and ensure their support in that regard. Ms. Susan also from KEPSA talked about the sustained food stocks, importance of that, and how to ease cross-border movements. She talked about collaboration in key between public-private partnership sectors, civil societies, academia, innovators, which is also important to drive the Agenda 2063. She talked about the 3/4 of trade in Africa, which is driven by private sector, and private sector also contribute to 75% of the GDP. That was an example of Kenya. And she raised also an important issue in the advancement of technology and the need to focus on micro and small enterprises, as well as the need to collaborate and form united front in order to mitigate these challenges. Lastly, she talked about building public support and stressed the importance of innovation and governance. I would now like to call upon Her Excellency Ms. Angelina Galula, Chairperson, East Africa Business Council.
Honorable Minister, Madame Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary of EAC, Madame Annette, the EAC Deputy Secretary, my sister, Dr. Mann, the Chairperson of Africa Business Council, leaders from the public, development partners, leaders from the private sector. I'm so happy to see my brother, Dr. Mwangi, the CEO of Equity Bank. Thank you for supporting private sector businesses across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, habari ya asubuhi. Honorable Minister, first and foremost, please allow me, on behalf of East Africa Business Council, to take this opportunity to thank the Africa Union Commission in collaboration with the EAC for organizing the 14th Africa Union Private Sector Forum with the theme of public-private sector engagement for inclusive growth and sustainable development while deepening regional and continental trade and investment towards the implementation of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This should provide all of us with an inward perspective towards addressing constraint to trade and investment growth in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, according to UN ECA 2023, the level of intra-African trade has gone up to approximately 20%. However, UNCTAD puts this level at a minimum of 14.4% of the total African export. And this translates that Africa Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to boost intra-African trade to about 33% and cut the continental trade deficit by 51%. More specifically, according to the 2019 Africa Region Index, and the East Africa community is the most integrated bloc among the 8 regional economic communities recognized by the Africa Union. The EAC scored the highest in the free movement of people indicator, microeconomic integration, and infrastructure integration more than other regions. This status is the statement that the EAC is truly on the course towards attaining its objective of transforming the region into a single market for all the factors of production, enhanced welfare, and economic prosperity of the people of East Africa. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as a Legion business organization, EABC, the organization that I represent, is also very proud of the success reached in the region, as the EAC total trade increased by 13.4%. It has increased to 13.4%. And the total intra-EAC trade grew by 11.2% in 2022, whereas the percentage share of intra-East Africa trade to EAC total trade stood at 15% in 2022. Needless to say, the region showed resilience through increased public investment in 2021. And this recovery was mainly driven by the services industry sector on the supply side. Overall, there were more FDI investment in the region, close to 4.7 billion US dollar. I argue all the state parties under the leadership of AU Commission to take account of the progress made under numerous regional economic blocs to build a better continental trade area. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the public and private sector engagement for inclusive growth and sustainable, which is the theme of today's meeting, cannot be overemphasized. It is through dialogues that key issues towards the implementation of Africa Continental Free Trade Area can be addressed. It is paramount that public-private engagements are geared towards championing the full implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The commitment to be gradually elimination of tariffs on 90% of goods and the reduction of barrier to trade and services. Successful implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will lead to an increase of Africa income by US $450 billion by 2035. We really need to look into these numbers. And this will create more decent jobs, will improve welfare, better quality of life for all citizens, and sustainable development to our people across the continent. As the private sector, we take pride in the 3 state parties, namely Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania, that have joined the initiative with potential benefit to key sectors in our region, namely coffee, tea, and motor vehicle batteries. However, to have a meaningful integration of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area level, EABC would like to commend the state parties in collaboration with the private sector to work on some key issues. Issue number 1 is to carry out a mass awareness campaign on the opportunity for trade and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So we as private sector, we really need to work together with the public sector to carry out a massive awareness. Many people, many business owners across the continent are still not aware of the potential and the opportunities which the Africa Continental Free Trade Area present. So it's a task that we need to invest. But we also need to fast track and finalize the negotiations on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area rules of origin. This is another area that needs to be fast-tracked. Another item that we really need to look at is to scale up the guided trade initiatives, GIT, to the continental level by taking on lessons learned and good practices from the businesses and government that have participated in the initiative so far. As I mentioned, Kenya is already on the track, Rwanda is on track, Tanzania is on track. So these are best practice that we really need to look at so that we can scale up. Another issue is the operationalize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation instrument, namely the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, to enable payment transaction across Africa. And I believe since we have an expert like Dr. Mwangi here, will help us on this area. Honorable Cabinet Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, allow me once again to take the opportunity to thank the Africa Union Commission for organizing this high-level event. And let me also take the opportunity on behalf of the board of EABC, as an apex private sector board in the region, to give our full commitment in the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Angelina. Ms. Angelina is the chairperson of the East African Business Council. She raised a number of important issues with regards to the level of intra-African trade, which has now gone up to 20%. I think this is a good progress. She also underlined the good examples within the East African community, which scored the highest in terms of free movement, infrastructure, and micro-infrastructure integration. She elaborated on the growth of intra-East African community trade, and she took note also of the progress made by the RECs to build a better continental integration agenda. She stressed the importance of implementing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which would lead to an increase Africa's income. She underlined also some actions, which include as follows: carry out a mass awareness campaign for trade and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We need to finalize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area rules of origin, scale up the direct trade initiative by emulating best practices, and operationalize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. I would now like to call upon Her Excellency Dr. Amani Asfour. Dr. Amani Asfour is the President of the Africa Business Council. Dr. Amani, you have the floor.
Honorable Rebecca Mayano, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East Africa Community, Your Excellency, Ambassador Albert Moshenga, Commissioner of Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining and Tourism of African Union, my dear sister Emily, Director of Trade Services, Investment, Intellectual Property, Rights and Digital Trade of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, representing His Excellency Mr. Wamakile Mini, Secretary of the AfCFTA, Ms. Annette Zembwaba, Deputy Secretary General of the East Africa Community, my dear sister Angelina, Chairperson of the East Africa Business Council, Ms. Susan, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, my brother Jean, Head of Policy, Research, Advocacy, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, distinguished guests, panelists, dear sisters and brothers from the continent, captains of industries, diplomatic corps, all protocols observed. It's my real pleasure to be here today representing the voice of the African private sector, the Africa Business Council. The Africa Business Council, established by the Heads of State Decision Summit to be the voice and the apex of the private sector across the continent. It is your council. So all the captains of industries here and the private sector organizations are members of this Africa Business Council. It is established and is our founding vision, is a borderless, innovative, competitive Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. And our vision as private sector to realize the Africa we want, to realize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But in order to do that, we really have to work together to complement our efforts. So as at the Africa Business Council, our membership is inclusive of business organizations, of RECs Business Council, so COMESA Business Council, SADC Business Council, West Africa Chambers of Commerce, East Africa Chamber of Commerce, Pan-African Chambers of Commerce, and I hope East Africa Business Council will join us, Pan-African Manufacturer Association, they are the apex bodies of the RECs of the continent. So under Africa Business Council, we have established clusters and committees that speaks for all sectors of the private sector, starting from trade, investment, industrialization, mineral development resources, transport and logistics, fashion industry, healthcare industry, all energy, green economy, blue economy, women entrepreneurs, SMEs, youth entrepreneurs, so healthcare industry. So under those clusters, each cluster is chaired by a private sector entity. And as our theme in this African Union Private Sector Forum is public-private sector engagement for inclusive growth and sustainable development while deepening regional and continental trade and investment towards the implementation of AfCFTA. My dear sisters and brothers, implementation of AfCFTA will never happen except with the private sector. And the coordination of the private sector is huge. That's why our strategy as Africa Business Council is based on 3 pillars, 3 Ps. Private sector empowerment and strengthening, and that's including SMEs, women, and youth. And that is by training, capacity building, raising awareness, sensitization workshops. It is really about empowering our own private sector, whether the rural women or the grassroots who are in agriculture, or the cross-border women traders, or the youth entrepreneur startups, or the big companies on the continent. This is our real private sector. The second pillar is policy advocacy. All of your excellencies have been talking about the enabling environment, the conducive legislation for investment of the private sector. We need affirmative actions. Honorable Rebecca, you are here representing governments. What we need and what we are pushing for is to have at least 40% of all government procurement goes to African private sector. It is not acceptable, like until now, we are only giving incentives for multinational companies and not giving incentives for our own African private sector. Kenya here, and thanks to the people and government of Kenya who are hosting this high-level forum, they have implemented that 30% of government procurement goes to SMEs, women, youth. Personally, when I was chair of COMESA Business Council, I lobbied with this for the heads of state. So we are looking forward to see how we empower this. There is not acceptable that some products on the continent are not traded among us and only getting containers from China and India. Why? Whatever on the African soil cannot be brought from outside the African soil. So in here, if Kenya have coffee and tea, then we need to see how we really import it from Kenya. If Tanzania have macadamia, we need to import it from Kenya. If Egypt has pharmaceutical industries, 165 pharmaceuticals industries, 400 factories for medical consumables and supplies, why are we bringing from India and China? This is the real AfCFTA. The real implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area is to trade among ourselves. Dear sisters and brothers, we need to know information about ourselves, and we need this conducive environment. And we need that whoever African private sector will invest to have a conducive environment for investment. Gets us to the third pillar, which is product development. We need to have a made in Africa product which is strong, value added, harmonized, standardized. It is not acceptable that if you want to register one product in one country, you have to register it in all the countries of African Union. If it is having standardized, harmonized, then once it is registered, one pharmaceutical in one country, it has to go to all countries. And this is the real implementation of AfCFTA. For us, as Africa Business Council, we are working together to see how we really include all the private sector along the umbrella of the Africa Business Council. Because for us, to make a made in Africa product which is strong and competitive, we need to have value addition. We need to have designing, packaging, branding. For instance, the women in West Africa that's doing shea butter is used in the big cosmetic industry in the world, which really worth billions. But the women there are not getting anything because there is no standardization, there is no hygiene, there is no certificates of quality. So why don't we do that? Why don't we have a brand? The gemstones in Africa, and I'm talking about mineral development resources, all our gemstones in cut and polished outside the continent. It goes to Jaipur, India to be cut and polished and then come back as jewelry for us. Why? Aren't we capable of cutting and polishing our own stones? So one of the projects we are trying to do now as Africa Business Council to set up training centers for cutting and polishing our own stones on the continent. That is what we really need to do. Mineral development resources. Currently, we have all the minerals for having batteries for electrical cars. 2030, we will be needing, the world will need 200 million vehicles that will run electrically and need batteries. Who is manufacturing them? Are we exporting our minerals to China and other parts of the world to be industrialized there and then importing it again? Or we empower our African private sector? Thanks to Commissioner Moshenga, he's really championing the private sector and the industrialization. So now between Zambia and DRC, there is already agreement to see how we manufacture our own batteries for lithium batteries for the electrical cars. This is one example out of many that we need to see how we support our African private sector to make sure that they invest in the continent. Taking the issue of health, 80% of Africans are dying when they get 80% of having cancer are dying compared to Europe, 24% when they get cancer. Why? Because we don't invest in healthcare. Because there is no incentives for the African private sector to invest in healthcare. There is no enabling environment. We give incentives to others outside the continent. It is time now, and this is our message through this public-private sector high-level dialogue to see how we get the governments to have the legislation for our African private sector, how we as business organizations build the capacity of our African private sector through linking it with science and technology. There is no development without research and development. And that's why to have a Made in Africa product, we need to link science and technology with industrialization to have a Made in Africa product which is competitive. Because if we have the private sector, if we have the legislation, if we don't have a Made in Africa product which is competitive and good quality, what are we going to trade among ourselves? So my dear sisters and brothers, it is all the time our private sector is the engine for economic growth. And it is the engine for implementation of AfCFTA. And if we want to realize the Africa we want, a prosperous, peaceful, integrated Africa driven by the citizens of Africa. And we are the citizens of Africa, starting from us here in 5-star hotels until the rural women, the cross-border traders who are being harassed and they cannot trade freely among themselves. We need to train them. When I was chair of Commissioners Council, I did a study about what is the awareness of the cross-border women traders about the simplified trade regime? Nothing. They don't know anything. And I am sure the same, they don't know about AfCFTA. So sensitization workshops among our private sector, starting from big companies till the rural women, till the youth startups, is very important. As my sister, the brother has said, our continent, 60% are youth under the age of 25. What are we going to do for them, for creation of jobs, for creating prosperity? One of the programs we are doing under Africa Business Council is hunting for Africa's unicorns. We need to support our youth entrepreneurs to see how we invest in high-tech startups that would address the solutions of our African continent. My dear sisters and brothers, Africa Business Council is your council. We are happy to support all the implementation of AfCFTA together. And as I always say, and I really challenge my African leaders when they say, we want Africa free from hunger, Africa free from disease, Africa free from poverty, Africa free from illiteracy. I say, no. We as private sector, collectively, we don't want Africa free from hunger, but well-nourished. Not free from poverty, but wealthy. Not free from disease, but healthy. Not free from illiteracy, but well-educated. Together we can do it, and this is the Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amani Asfour. I think the message is very clear. We empower private sector, mainly by providing with training and capacity building, building on their capacity, policy advocacy, recommendation that we need to have at least 40% of procurement that goes to Africa private sector. We need to promote Africa's manufacturing companies, product development, strong, harmonized, and standardized, and we need to process our own raw materials to final products. I would now like to request Her Excellency Ms. Anete Simweba, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I think after the energy from Dr. Amani, I expected a louder good morning. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East African Community. Ambassador, Excellency Albert Muchanga, Commissioner, Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, African Union Commission, Madam Emily Mburu, Ndoria, Director, Trade in Services, Investment, IPR, Digital Trade, African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Dr. Amani, AfCFTA President, Africa Business Council, Ms. Angelina Ngalula, Chairperson, East African Business Council, Ms. Susan Maingi, Chair Trade, Investment Sector Board, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Mr. Job Wanjohi, Head of Policy, Research, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, distinguished leaders of business present here today, development partners, esteemed presenters, moderators, and panelists, distinguished delegates, participants, all protocols observed. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome you to this 14th African Union High-Level Private Sector Forum, and I bring warm greetings from the Secretary General of the East African Community, Honorable Mathuki, who is unable to join us today. I'm especially delighted that my first engagement in the capacity of Deputy Secretary General is to deliberate together through this public-private dialogue and other actors towards solutions oriented to sustainable development as we continue to chart the paths towards a shared vision of prosperity for our regions and continent. I have very many fond memories of many discussions that I've been involved in to advance private sector development, and I see very many faces of friends and professional colleagues. It is evident that the current poly-crisis continues to impact the business environment, and deliberations such as this forum taking place over the next 3 days should enable us to focus more deeply and more intently through a multifaceted approach involving all stakeholders towards practical and timely solutions. From the previous speakers that have addressed us, the emphasis on public-private engagement cannot be made even further. As co-organizers of this important forum, I wish to note that the key topics for this high-level dialogue were selected carefully, noting their importance, more especially for the private sector, and aligned to future trade trends and challenges impeding growth. For example, we will, over the next days, discuss issues around finance, digital trade, infrastructure, value chains, environment, climate change, women and youth in business, among many other topics. Our combined voices and contributions from the public and private sectors, academia, and all stakeholders should lead to tangible recommendations to foster progress. To bring context to the themes for discussion, and here I will make reference to the climate and finance discussions. And since this forum is in the context of the AfCFTA, we are reminded of Africa Development Bank's estimates as provided in the Africa Economic Outlook of 2023, that to close Africa's climate financing gap by 2030, approximately 213.4 billion will be needed to be mobilized annually from the private sector to complement constrained public resources. In addition, Africa will require about $1.3 trillion annually to meet its sustainable development needs by 2030, and thus achieve green growth. These are huge numbers. On agriculture, in the last 3 years, challenges attributed to drought and other economic shocks have resulted in reduction in agricultural production ranging from 2.6% to 7% across the regions. Export of agri-food declined by 13% and 25% in low and middle income countries. These have worsened the food security situation in most African countries and foreign earnings by African countries. It is my sincere hope that the discussions on food security will enable us craft solutions to address these and other challenges. We have had, and we all appreciate the opportunities abound through the AfCFTA that offers African opportunity to grow intra-African trade with a market of over 1.2 billion people. However, we are also familiar with the many challenges that will impede us from harnessing this opportunity. Challenges around NTBs, challenges around the backlog in connectivity, low industrialization, among others. And if I could speak briefly on the issue of industrialization. Limited industrialization is one of the reasons intra-African trade is still very low. Studies have established that Africa will need its own unique approach to industrialization. Policies must increasingly account for the ways that industrialization is changing, including the rise of digitalization, changes to organizational modes of production, and the geographic distribution of production. It must be greener than the industrialization that occurred before while navigating growing geopolitical divides, the reemergence of concerns around supply chain security, and the disintegration of constraints to policy-making space. All these issues require combined public-private dialogue. Recognizing the importance of stimulating economic growth beyond natural resources, the EAC is implementing an industrialization policy that focuses on diversification of the manufacturing sector, high value addition, SMEs, and it aims to see the manufacturing sector contributing to a rise in GDP by 2032 of 25%. The contribution of the EAC is also to progressively work towards achieving the targets through promoting industrial development in strategic sectors, some of which we will discuss, promoting regional value chains, which we'll also discuss over the next days, investment policy that promotes the community as a common investment area, promoting strategic use of public procurement, and we just had that call from Dr. Amani, local content requirements, promoting small and medium enterprises, such as through interventions like the 𝗔𝗙𝗥𝗜𝗖𝗔𝗡, capacity building, implementing the common external tariff regime, enhancing dialogue between the public and the private sector, strengthening capacities, facilitating development of technical skills, and among many others. As I conclude, it is my sincere hope that at the end of this forum, new innovative approaches will be forged as we strive towards strengthening linkages between regional and continental markets. Information will be shared, leading to new business partnerships. Investment opportunities will be better understood. And it is worth noting that the ESC has developed an online platform that provides for these investment opportunities to be accessed easily through the ESC and partner websites. We reiterate our commitment to support all these efforts and look forward to fruitful deliberations over the next 3 days. Thank you for your attention. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ms. 𝗭𝟰💧 I think she underlined the importance of public-private sector dialogue and the challenge in terms of declining our export of food, which is a big major challenge for us. She stressed the importance of industrialization again, and and the need to promote SMEs. And finally, I think we need to make use of the online platform of the East African community on investment opportunities. I would now like to call a representative of the General Secretary of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Yes, madam. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Honorable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East African Community in Kenya, His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner of Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals at the African Union Commission, representative of His Excellency Honorable Peter Mathuki, Ms. Annette Semueba, the Deputy Secretary General at the ESC Secretariat, my friend Dr. Amani Asfo, President of the African Business Council, Ms. Angelina Ngalula, the Chairperson of East African Business Council, representatives from KEPSA, CAM, and also distinguished delegates and distinguished private sector, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm Emily Mburundoria. I'm the Director for Trading Services, Investment, Intellectual Property Rights, and Digital Trade at the AfCFTA Secretariat. I'm really happy to be with you today. As a former ESC Secretariat staff, for me it's really being at home. So I'm really happy that the African Union, which the AfCFTA is part of as an organ of the AU, and the ESC could actually come together to organize this forum. I see a lot of friends and my former boss, Mr. Bagamuhunda, colleagues present. So for me, it's really a pleasure that, that we could be able to do this together. I speak on behalf of His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, who unfortunately could not be able to be with us today, as he had other pressing engagements that he also had to attend to. So I will speak and give his sentiments regarding this meeting. And also just to say thank you that we could be invited to this meeting. As you're all aware, the AfCFTA agreement has been negotiated and is still being negotiated with the aim of promoting economic integration and trade liberalization among all African countries. There are a number of protocols that are part of the agreement, And just to mention them so that for those who are not very familiar with the AfCFTA, then would be aware what we're talking about. The agreement has a number of protocols. Actually, when we finish, we will have 8 protocols. The current ones that are part of the agreement are the protocol on trade in goods, the protocol on trade in services, and the protocol that deals with dispute settlement. So those are the 3 that are already part of the agreement. Last February, which is this year, in February 2023, the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union adopted 3 more protocols, and that is the protocol on investment, the protocol on competition policy, and the protocol on intellectual property rights. We are still negotiating 2 protocols, the protocol on digital trade, which formerly used to be called protocol on e-commerce, and also the protocol on women and youth in trade. So you can see that there is an encompassment of a number of areas, and most of the issues that have been spoken by those that have spoken before me have actually mentioned most of the work that we also need to finalize so that all these protocols can come into force, and that they can be then used by our private sector fully. Now, what we hope to do with these protocols and the work that has already been undertaken is then to have a market expansion in the continent. And here, maybe just to mention that we have 54 countries that have already signed this agreement. So out of the 55 countries of the African Union, only 1 is yet to sign. And of course, we at the AfCFTA, led by His Excellency 𝗭𝟰🰡, are working tirelessly to ensure that we have our 1 more country signing the agreement. We also now have 57 countries that have ratified the instrument. That is the AfCFTA agreement. And of those 47, 46 of them have already deposited their instruments of ratification. So you can see that there is a lot of interest, even from our countries, to ensure that this agreement is actually implemented. Now, the next key thing that we are working on is to ensure that there is trade liberalization. The protocols actually work towards the liberalization of trade in the continent, both in terms of goods and services. And to this end, we have about 42 provisional schedules, tariff concession schedules that have already been submitted by different members of the African Union. And these concessions are giving us then room to ensure that then we can move towards the guided trade initiative to assist countries to be able to actually use these instruments to trade among themselves. Then we also have 22 schedules of specific commitments in the area of trade in services. And these, when we talk trade in services, we're talking about your financial services sector, your transport and logistic services, communication services, business services, where most of our professionals are included, and also the tourism sector. So those are the 5 priority sectors that we have already negotiated, and 22 African countries have already made their commitments to liberalize those sectors. And I'm proud to say that East African community is among those that have actually already submitted their commitments in this area, and to actually also congratulate the East African community for also gazetting both their provisional tariff concessions and also their schedules of specific commitments. So you see that the East African community is also leading the way when we are talking implementation of the AfCFTA. Then another key area that we have worked on and are still working on is the issue of investment facilitation, which is definitely key for our private sector to be able to then get into the different African countries that they would want to trade with. And here, as I mentioned earlier, we already have developed the protocol on investment that has already now been signed by the heads of states, by the heads of states and government, and we look forward now to countries then ratifying and starting the implementation of this protocol. As I mentioned earlier, we've done a lot of work on trade-in services, and here it's key to mention that trade-in services as an enabler for both trade-in goods and services will be instrumental in ensuring the implementation of the AfCFTA in its totality. So a lot of work has also been put into the work on trade-in services, and we are also happy to report that we are starting the guided trade initiative in the area of trade-in services so that we can then assist countries in terms of implementing their schedules of specific commitment. And of course, all this is then meant to assist us in enhancing regional integration and economic diversification in our continent. And maybe just to mention that we do have a number of tools that have been adopted under the AfCFTA. We inaugurated the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund that is supported by the Afrexim Bank, which now we are looking forward to as countries implement the AfCFTA. Then where they have revenue losses, then we can actually use the adjustment facility to assist them in bridging that gap in terms of revenue. The fund also has a creditor fund, which is key for the private sector to get more funding. We can call it trade financing for your trade in the continent. So trade. Now, Excellencies, distinguished guests, successful maximization, actualization, and implementation of the AfCFTA will definitely rely on collaboration, especially between the private sector and the public sector. So when we come for such a forum, mention what are the key challenges that the private sector is then facing, and how can then the government assist to ensure that our private sector then thrives for them to be able to have trade among ourselves. And we were just in the room, and we were saying, how can the government best assist the private sector to be able to achieve this intra-African trade that we wish to promote. And we can only do that when the public sector growth to ensure inclusive growth and sustainable development, issues of harmonizing regulations and standards. There is a number of areas and a lot of work that needs to be put into ensuring we have a sustainable, well thought out, made in Africa standard that we can use to ensure that products can easily move in the continent. Of course, there is also the digital divide. How do we bridge the gap in the digital divide to ensure that are part of the digital trade? And here, of course, as I mentioned earlier, we have the protocol on digital trade that we have worked on and should soon be finalized to assist the private sector in ensuring that they are able to develop solutions that we can use to trade better and easier among ourselves. To see how best can we support the SMEs in the continent to be some of the tools and instruments that have been developed by our different financial institutions in the continent. They're able to actually implement the PAPs, then that will mean our trading or our payments will be done in a much faster and efficient and cost-effective way than we are doing it currently. So different financial institution, but this one in particular is because it has been developed also with a developmental angle that will like our community that we all hope to be able to have in the near future. Then just as I conclude, I will say the key 4 areas in the value in the deep strategic sectors is also because of their contribution to the different economies in Africa. And they're the sectors where private and the public sectors listen to each other and come up with solutions that will help us to ensure that we have an integrated continent, and also ensure that we implement our different agreements towards Agenda 2063, under which the AfCFTA is a flagship project of the African Union. And of course, implementing the AfCFTA then leads us to ensure that we implement the Agenda 2063. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think the message is very clear that Africa Continental Free Trade Area is still negotiating on protocols, and there are some pending protocols that are finalizing, especially on investment facilitation, where we have protocol investment that was adopted, but they're looking forward for ratification and implementation. May I now call upon His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals of the African Union Commission. Excellency, you have the floor.
I thank you very much, the director of this ceremony, the Honorable Rebecca Miano, the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of East African Community, Ms. Annette Semwamba, Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, Ms. Emily Mboro Ndoria, the Director for Trading Services, Investment, Intellectual Property Rights, and Digital Trade in the African Continental Free Trade Area, representing the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Wamkelemene. Your Excellency Dr. Aman Asfu, the President of the African Business Council, Your Excellency Ms. Angelina Ngalula, Chairperson of the East African Business Council, and Your Excellency Dr. Anton Mwangi, the CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturing. Your Excellency Ms. Carol Kariuki, CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, all the distinguished participants in this forum, ladies and gentlemen, I greet each and every one of you, and I welcome you to the 14th African Union High-Level Hospitality. It is treasured, and this is going to endure for a long time. I also like to thank our partners, the East African Community, GIZ, and Trademark Africa for jointly organizing this edition of the African with us. The team, well done. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. The exhibitors are not to be left out. They are providing practical demonstration of their outputs. This is practical trade information, which is key to boosting intra-African trade. I would like to encourage all of us to visit the exhibitions and, where possible, enter into business-to-business and business-to-consumer transactions. Let us make use of this platform to encourage more exhibitors in future editions of this forum. The first aspiration of the African Union Agenda 2063 is, and I quote, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. End of quote. The second aspiration is, and I quote, an integrated continent, politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. End of quote. We have given operational content to the first aspiration by collaborating with the African Development Bank and 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 to commission a study on key actions to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. We plan to complete the study in December this year and avail it to the Assembly of the African Union Heads of State and Government in February next year for its consideration and policy guidelines. The key focus of the study is to position African economies grow at 7 to 10% annually between now and 2063. This requires, among others, increasing investments from 20% of Africa's gross domestic product currently to 40%. And this is where you come in as the private sector. We need your investments, which will be catalysts to foreign direct investments. In this connection, I call upon you as the private sector to invest in Africa. Invest in Africa. Invest in Africa. We gave operational content to the second aspiration well before the adoption of the African Union Agenda 2063. In 1991, our leaders signed the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, or the Abuja Treaty, to give legal force to continental economic integration. When the Constitutive Act of the African Union was authored, it was authored by two organizations, the Organization of African Unity and the African Economic Community. And one of the key objectives of the Constitutive Act of the African Union is continental economic integration. And that spirit was boosted in 2012 with the adoption by the Assembly of the African Union Heads of State and Government, the Action Plan on Boosting Intra-African Trade. This created the policy and program basis for negotiation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. The agreement gave legal force to emergence of a continental market, which we call the African Continental Free Trade Area. The theme of the edition of this forum for this year is, and I quote, public-private sector engagement for inclusive growth and sustainable development while deepening regional and continental trade and investments towards implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area captures these developments. Let me, at this stage, dwell on the private sector interest in the attainment of the first two aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063. We welcome that interest. With that interest, we see you as our partners in growing, developing, integrating, and prospering Africa. Your interest comes against a background where the global business standard of environmental, social, and corporate governance, or ESG, is gaining ground on matters of investment, international trade policy, health, and among others, climate change. While we see the private sector as the engine of innovation, investment and economic growth, we also see ESG as a core to the private sector to tackle climate change, and hence the panel discussions on this matter that you will have during the edition of this forum. Equally important, the private sector is key to the integration of Africa. Your sources of investments in logistics, which will remove numerous non-tariff barriers that impede inter-African trade. There are also sources of investments in productive transformation that will make Africa a producer of green intermediate, manufactured and agro-processed goods for both Africa and the rest of the world. I can go on and on highlighting the areas where we need your investments as the private sector. Let me conclude this segment on human capital development. In several cases, the skills development processes across our continent do not meet the expectations of the private sector, and the net result is a deficit of employability, and that is wastage of human capital and should not be sustained. In this respect, let me suggest that through private-public partnerships, let us come up with policy and institutional arrangements where the private sector in Africa plays roles in the design and execution of skills development programs in order to eliminate the enduring employability deficit. Before I conclude my statement, let me make 3 key points. The first point is that both the African governments and private sector underplay the critical importance of innovation, industrial design, marketing, and branding in our industrial activities. The result is inability to differentiate, and consequently, we merge with the lack of technical capabilities to be competitive within Africa and abroad. Against this background, African governments and private sector must take steps to increase investments in research and development, industrial design, marketing, and branding. Some countries around the world annually allocate 4.8% to 9% of their gross domestic product to research and development, while some corporate entities allocate 5% of their annual revenues to research and development. If we do not do the same, we will remain behind in the journey of innovation and competitiveness. And this will translate into loss of market share within Africa and abroad. If we increase investments in research and development, we shall also be giving visibility to the Made in Africa standard, which we have talked about, which we plan to roll out by the end of this year. The standard will be successful if it's anchored on innovation, quality, originality, and our own intellectual property rights. And as I say so, let us always remember that we are in the era of Industry 4.0, the 4th Industrial Revolution. Some are already calling it the 5th Industrial Revolution. In this age of Industry 4.0, innovation, startups, and effective patenting are key to Africa succeeding in a strong transformation and drive towards prosperity. Let us position ourselves to succeed. In this connection, I'm looking forward to a day when African governments at national, regional, and continental levels will annually gather and sit together in institutional settings with the private sector and academia to dialogue and agree on how to move forward programs of research and development across our continent. There are scientists in this audience. I can see one there. He's not looking at me. There are also representatives of government and the private sector. I call on you to take action to institutionalize this call that I'm making today. Let me emphasize the importance of collaborating by saying that working together, we are strong. The third point is that East Africa, like in other parts of the world, have historically underplayed the role that women and youth play in driving socio-economic development. This is changing. And look at the table here. How many women are there? The gentlemen, including the director of ceremony, are the minority. And we should encourage this. On a substantive basis, the masterclass for women and youth entrepreneurship will have a pitching segment, and again, this is a step towards women and youth empowerment. Other institutions like the African Development Bank are also contributing to women and youth empowerment. Two programs we have at the African Union are Women in Processing and African Youth Startup Program. This is how it should be. Let us, in this respect, join hands as public and private sectors to mainstream women and youth empowerment in our policies and programs. I'll end with food for thought. We currently have several private sector fora at continental level. I wonder how many of you have attended all of them, but you are following them, including the African CEO Forum. Now the question is, how does this work in terms of messaging? Are the different forums sending out the same message? Or we cannot understand each other? And also there's the question of time management. Should we be arranging these meetings every 3 quarters? And should the private sector be running around Africa attending all these meetings? And the next question is it realistic or unrealistic to have a common African private sector forum, bringing the entire private sector together, along with the government, in a given year, and come up with common messaging? This is food for thought. I end here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think the message of His Excellency Ambassador Muchanga is that he underlined the most important factor, which is the aspiration of the Agenda 2063. And one of the aspirations of Agenda 2063 is inclusive growth and sustainable development. He also talked about the ongoing study, which is going to be very much interesting to all of us. The study is being worked out between the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, and Africa Development Bank on how Africa's economic growth could grow to between 7 up to 10% annually. So let's hope that something will happen out of the study. He called upon the private sector to invest more in Africa and recalled the Abuja Treaty that gives force to Africa Economic Community And he stated clearly that one of the objectives of the AU Constitutive Act, African Union Constitutive Act, is fast-tracking continental and economic integration. He underlined the importance of environmental, social, and governance, which is also one of the sessions that is going to be very much interested to all of us, and that we need policy and institutional arrangement, and private sector should play a clear role in designing this. He also underlined the importance of bringing together government and private sector to play a very important role on innovation, and that we need to increase investment and research development. And he stressed the importance of innovation and startups, and that all of this, by doing all of this, we need to work closely together. I thank you, Your Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga. Now, I would like to call upon Her Excellency, Honorable Rebecca Miano, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East Africa Community.
Thank you very much, and distinguished participants, and all the guests, colleagues from government, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start by welcoming all our visitors to a very cold winter Nairobi morning. And I say that because this is our coldest season in the year. But having welcomed you, I'll just start by saying we clapped when Ambassador Muchanga recognized that the high table has a good number of ladies, but I do know that some of them are representing the gentlemen who couldn't make it today. So we will give a better clap when we are all holding those substantive positions. I'll also want to say that you have listened to 7 speakers before me, and probably there's nothing new that I can say that hasn't been said. I will do my best to abridge the notes just to avoid repetition. And even if I repeat, it is normally said if something is true, if something is important, repeat it, and after repeating, repeat it again. I am particularly gratified by the theme of this forum, whose focus is on public-private sector engagement for inclusive growth and sustainable development, with emphasis on deepening regional and continental trade and investment towards the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Indeed, AfCFTA's trade agenda resonates well with East African communities' inter-partner state trade policies, while betokening both entities with the welcome congruence of purpose and prospect. Notably, one of the key drivers in the realization of the AfCFTA's objectives is the private sector, given especially its ability to catalyze sustainable economic development and job creation. The AfCFTA provides numerous opportunities under the trade in services, besides riding the crest of its rules of origin to expand opportunities to the private sector, whilst ensuring utilization of local raw materials before outsourcing outside the continent. It is worth taking note of the fact that the private sector accounts for 80% of Africa's total production, 2/3 of investment, and 3/4 of credit. It employs 90% of the continent's working age population. A robust private sector, therefore, is central to the realization of Africa's sustainable and economic transformation. The success of Africa's economic integration is premised on the role of the private sector in achieving growth objectives of Africa's economies, and by extension, creating greater wealth and expanding employment opportunities. The agreement establishing the AfCFTA acknowledges the regional economic communities, and the activities of these RECs evolve around agriculture and the extractive industry, both of which have recorded laudable progress, yet a lot more remains undone with regard to expanding the potential of both value chains. Regional value chains are essential for promoting intra-African trade, economic integration, and industrial development. They offer opportunities for countries to leverage their comparative advantages, enhance productivity, create jobs, and increase their share of value-added activities within the global economy. Collaboration of regional value chains in Africa will open up domestic markets, achieve economies of scale, and improve competitiveness in the global market arena. To increase their overall output, Africa's regional economic communities need to harmonize trade policies, scale down non-tariff barriers, improve transportation infrastructure, and promote skills development and even technology transfer. All of these key drivers to Africa integration in trade and investment are essential. Ladies and gentlemen, the East African community has implemented various policies and put up technological infrastructure, leading to lessened internal border controls and time and cost of movement of goods and persons across the borders. And the policies have been mentioned by the Deputy Secretary General. And some of them are the East Africa Community Special Economic Zones policies. Others are the development and implementation of simplified trade regime, and so on and so forth. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply persuaded today that the EAC has a rich raft of regional trade enablers and will further stiffen the backbones of both the AfCFTA and AU's Vision 2063. A more structured and cordial engagement between Africa's private and private sectors will no doubt ultimately widen trade-related fortunes across the continent. And finally, I take this opportunity to reiterate the government of Kenya's strong commitment to the public-private sector, continental trade, and investment. I thank you and wish you very good deliberations in the next 3 days. God bless you all.
I think we should give Honorable Rebecca Miano another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Honorable Rebecca Miano. And her message is also very clear, that private sector account for 80% of Africa total production, 2/3 on investment and 1/4 on credit. And private sector is central to Africa's sustainable and economic integration. She talked about the importance of regional value chain, which is an important aspect in promoting Africa's value chain, and that RECs need to work together to harmonize trade policies, scale down tariff barriers, and etc. I would like that we have a little bit of patience, because now we have got very, very interesting sessions, and I do not want any one of us to miss these sessions. We shall straight away move to our next session, and I would like to call upon Dr. James Mwangi, who's the CEO of Equity Group, to make his presentation. Excellencies, after his statement, we will be calling the panelists who will be coming to sit at the podium. So I would like to invite you to, I'll show you a place where we can get seated so that we will start with our next session. Okay, so can I think let's take our seats, please. I mean, it's very important that we take a group photo, given that the cabinet secretary is also with us. After the we will move after the presentation. So we can now take a group photo.
Thank you very much for the consideration Honorable Cabinet Secretary Meano, we deeply appreciate your presence. From the onset, let me deeply appreciate the opportunity the private sector has been given, the recognition by the African Union that transformation in Africa will happen at the intersection of policy and policy implementation. The public sector develops the policy, the private sector utilizes the policy, and that is how we could be able to transform the continent. Allow me to share a little bit of data. Private sector, we believe in data. What does the data say about the African continent? And the data that we have at the moment suggests that the African continent, if it comes together, it will be the largest market, common market in the world, with a population of 1.3 billion people. And that really, for the private sector, that signifies the opportunity and the capability that we can be able to make. If we could accommodate the slides, I think it would be even much better. Now, when you look at the African continent, 17% of the entire world population, 17%. But you look at production, you look at trade, every data you look, I may need help to get the projection. Every data you look, Africa is at 3%. Whether it is air traffic, whether you look at air traffic, whether you look at manufacturing, whether you look at trade, at our very best, we do 3%. And yet we are 17% of the world population. The only exception we have performed is food production. We produce 8%, but we are 17%. So we only feed half of the population, and consequently, Africa is a net importer of food. And that is why hunger, malnutrition will remain with us unless together, government and private sector, we work together to transform the continent. And essentially, that's where the partnership between the private sector and the government or the public sector is essential. But what is the potential of Africa? Africa has 65% of the Arab world in the world. 65, but produces 8. That shows the opportunity that it is. So the gap between reality and potential in Africa is too wide. But that is what then is the opportunity for the private sector and the government. If we can increase our production to match our contribution of Arab blood, then we could move from 8% to 65%. We would not only feed ourselves, but we could feed the rest of the world. Let's talk about consumption. If we are 17% of the world population, you then can imagine we could support 17% of the global production because we are the consumer. So we would move production from 3 to 17. That is increasing production 5 times. But let's look at the natural resources, the endowment. Africa controls 30 to 35% of all natural resources. So it can then do value addition to 35% of the world resources. And that would be a manufacturing capability that will make Africa home to 35% of the manufacturing industry. CS, if that was to happen, there is no African who would not have a job. It's as basic as that. And so I'm very excited to see government and private sector coming together because it's a small equation to solve. Why is it a small equation to solve? Because we have the natural resources, we have labor. So once you have the factors of production, I think it's making a decision to produce. It's just a decision that needs to be made. And the private sector, who is entrepreneurs, they're in the room. We need to make that decision that the resources are with us, the labor is with us, the policy decision maker is with us, the owner of capital is with us, and if they don't have enough, they can borrow globally because capital is more, there is mobility of capital. So essentially, that's where we see the opportunity of the private sector. Now, the exciting thing is that we have a very unique opportunity when the world has given Africa a chance. COVID has demonstrated how manufacturing is concentrated. When the global supply chain broke, Africa, we could not get any manufactured goods. So what did it teach us? We need to have national, regional, and continental production. And essentially, nobody can contest with the reality. We'll be naive if we don't run that lesson. If another health pandemic hits the world again, the supply chain will be broken. And we'll be without PPEs, we will be without vaccines because they are produced in concentrated markets and we are not part of the manufacturers. Now, the second lesson we have learned very quickly is Ukraine-Russia situation. It showed how concentrated food production is. We are paying 40 to 60% higher prices because we can't get supply from Ukraine of wheat, particularly most African countries were importing 100% of wheat from Ukraine and Russia. Yet, we have Ukraine, which produces maybe 85% of the wheat consumed in Africa, is the size of Tanzania and feeds Africa. And Africa can't feed itself when maybe we have a couple of Tanzanian, maybe 10, 20 Tanzanian in Africa. That contradiction needs to be resolved. And I think we are an educated generation, we can resolve it because we can see it. We are being fed by a country that is smaller than Tanzania, the entire continent. And we have 65% of Arab blood. Ukraine has less than 11% of Arab blood. So that essentially says, here is an opportunity. That is realism. Now let's look at the third reality. The global focus is on sustainability. We can't move any further unless we all focus on a sustainable environment. 48% of all the resources you need to achieve a sustainable world. And I think Madame talked a lot about resources like batteries. They are in Africa. So the world can't solve its problem of sustainability without Africa. It requires Africa to walk 40% of the distance. But unfortunately, what Africa does is it takes the resources and sends them to Europe to solve the world of Africa. Instead of Africa manufacturing and setting batteries, Africa sends the resources, batteries are manufactured, and they are sold back 10 times more expensive than it sold its natural resources. So the private sector needs to wake up to the flavor and the smell and the aroma of coffee and do what it needs to do. Put money into manufacturing, but the government also needs to wake up and create the appropriate policy. And part of the policy is really implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area policies, or enable, remove the barriers, because we need a bigger market. We are like small-scale farmers. We are 54 countries. It's like small-scale farmers. On our own, we are not systemic. We are not very relevant. But together, 1.3 billion, we become relevant. And that is what the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is doing, uniting us. It is our circle for the small-scale farmers. The circle movement makes the small-scale farmers relevant. The KTDA, for those in this country, for Kenya, the Kenya Tea Development Authority makes the small-scale tea farmers relevant. They import fertilizer in bulk. They manufacture the tea in bulk, but unfortunately, they don't pack it. We process, but we don't pack. We sell our tea in 50-kilogram bags, but the consumer consumes it in 10-gram sachets. Is it that we can't be able to pack? If we can pack a 50-kilogram bag, can't we be able to pack a 10-gram sachet? I always get intrigued. You go to US, you go to Europe. That 10-gram sachet, you are sold at $7 until you're having breakfast. Tea is $7. That's 10 grams. And I realized there are 100 grams in a kilogram. So I compute. So I say that is $700 for 1 kilo. I translate it to Kenya shillings by multiplying by 140. It comes to 112,000 shillings. And last year, poor James, I was only paid 42 shillings for my tea. Kilo of tea. I'm a small-scale farmer. And the question is, why can't I pack my tea? Why can't we collectively, if we can process it, pack it, and sell? We may not sell it for $7, just sell for $5. We would have moved from 2 shillings to approximately 80,000 shillings per kilo, and allow the middleman to take 40,000, even 50%. We become relevant. So essentially, this is the intersection I see here today. So which are the areas, or what are the pertinent issues we should deal with? The first one I see is to try and convert this potential, this reality. The reality is the 3%. The potential is the 65, is the 30, is the 20. That can be done in 2 ways. The first one is focusing on manufacturing. The raw materials, we have it, convert them into finished goods. Look at the countries that have concentration of manufactured goods. Electronics, look at it, Southeast Asia, 5 countries, just 1 region. And then they ship 1.3 billion phones to us. But they get to manufacture electronics from us. That's a contradiction of us. They don't only sell phones to us, each of us want a radio phone. They said the radios to us, maybe not at the individual level, but to the house. If we were a single market, what would be the size of the manufacturing factory, and what economies of scale would it enjoy? And that is the debate we need to have. The second aspect, if we manufacture, and we can see 50% of electronics, machinery 48, just 5 countries. What do we produce for the world? There's nothing we produce for the world because 3% can't be production for the world. It can't be classified as, of course, the next we can do is food production. Why can't we feed the world? It doesn't require sophisticated labor, and we have non-sophisticated labor. We have blue-collar labor. We can quickly feed but look at who feeds us. It's not the entire world, it's just people who choose to produce food. In 1960, DRC and Nigeria were producing 90% of edible oils. Today, Indonesia and Malaysia produce 90% of the edible oils. It's not that it can be done, it's that we are not doing it. And that is why the private sector is known for action. Lastly, what we could also think about beyond manufacturing is let's position ourselves on sustainability. Sustainability requires change of energy drivers in the world. We need to move to clean, renewable energy. If you talk solar, it must be Africa because Africa enjoys sun 12 months in a year. If it is wind, it's Africa because of the terrain. If it is, you want naturally 40% of the critical green minerals, whether it's lithium, whether it's cobalt, they're in Africa. Why don't we then lift Africa by becoming an equitable partner to the rest of the world and says, yes, we have the resources, but convert them into finished products on the African continent. It will take us then less than 10 years to transform Africa because we need cleaner energy in a span of about 10 years. It's simple logic. And when eventually you look at the issue of the world wants to transform itself. The world will never be sustainable with the rich north and the poor south. We can only swim across the Mediterranean Sea for a few generations. After that, the world must have to come to the reality. So if we were to rebalance the world, rebalancing the world would mean a developed and transformed Africa. Why don't we put that agenda on the table today instead of waiting for another generation? So these are the four major forces that are working on our, is there hope? This is the global trade. 12 countries control 70% of all trade. We are in the other nearly 200 countries that control 30%, but ours is only 3%. But should we lose hope? The answer is no, because we are seeing signs of a rising Africa in trade. And this is a very good picture, and I want to really applaud the African Leadership Union. We can see the Middle East, and you talked eloquently about Egypt. The North African region has taken off. The red is where we are, the Eastern African region. I think we are struggling, but we are making progress. East Africa is now the fastest growing region in the world. So it seems there is hope, but we need to accelerate this growth. Now, let me close by saying, this is the role of what an integrated Africa would do, because it would become one market. The way to integrate Africa is to enact and complete the process of the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's all. Remove the barriers and remove everything. What is the role of the private sector? The private sector can be a major force of good, converting all these resources. I'm aware of time, so let me move. We'll make this presentation available to you so that you can see which country you can go to manufacture, where the resources are. But I want to close by saying that the private sector which I can show one or two. Look at the demography. Demography is a big factor. So there are three things that we could really convert. The first one is the issue of trade, natural resources, growth of economies, productivity, both of labor and productivity, enhancement through infrastructure, and then lastly, logistics, because it will not happen unless logistics are resolved in the African continent. Logistics enable movement of goods, movement of services. So all this will give you the data because a picture speaks 1,000 words. But let me close by saying equity operates in just that small region, the East African community, the common market in East African community. But look at the impact that it has had for equity. Equity has been growing tenfold every 5 years because of the size of the market. It's no longer the Kenya 57 million people, it's 300 million people. And that is what the Continental, I just wanted to pull this, look at employment, from 27 members of staff to 13,000 members of staff. So now you start converting our young population into labor. And then you, of course, you create value, enormous value. In just a short period, shareholders' wealth has gone up by 138,000%, simply because of a growing size of the market. And because we are an African company, we believe in shared prosperity. 2% of the revenue is given to Equity Group Foundation. And you can see the number of children it is educating, the number of women and youth it's guaranteeing for their loans so that they can get the loans. We can combine philanthropy and capital to work together, not the way it has been made to work, that you get the drops of philanthropic money that is not sustainable. It needs to be embedded in economic activities so that it's breaded finance. It must be breaded finance, not the way we have done it before. So social investment, look at social investment and the impact they can have. And this can be done by the private sector. So private sector is not just about making money, it's also about sharing that prosperity and improving the environment that we all can be able to do. I want to thank you. You have heard. If it doesn't happen, it's not because you never heard. It's because you never acted. Thank you very much. Go and act.
Thank you very much, the CEO, for your very comprehensive presentation. We are now going to take a group photo, and I would like to invite the high table group plus all the VIPs down there. Just here. We'll have we'll have a group photo, and then we'll continue with our session. So all other VIP members can also join the group here. Ambassador 𝗭𝗏𝗧𝗛, who is Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals.
Thank you very much. Let us take our seats, and we go straight into the high-level segment. And as way of introducing the subject, let me indicate that the previous presentation by the CEO of Equity Bank was enlightening. Now, building upon that, those of you who saw his presentation, I think you saw that the aggregate GDP of Africa is put at $3.9 trillion. Now, there is a foundation we are cooperating with, the Africa-India Economic Foundation. They are undertaking preliminary evaluation of Africa's mineral resources country by country. And the figure they've given us now is that the mineral value of Africa is currently around $113 trillion. Now, contrast that aggregate GDP plus the mineral value. And even before these statistics came out, the Economist magazine last year made a statement that Africa is the richest region in the world in terms of mineral wealth, but the poorest in terms of economic development. I thought I should bring that issue. Now, the question that is before us is on inclusive growth and sustainable development in the context of implementing the agreements and protocol establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. Last night I was telling my colleagues that ideally we should have invited our colleagues at the African Development Bank and AUDA-NEPAD. Because like I indicated in my statement, we are collaborating together to come up with a study on key actions to drive inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. So they would have told you where we are, but I already indicated that we plan to finalize this study by the end of this year, which is December, and we'll present it to the heads of state and government when they meet in February next year. So your interest in issues of inclusive growth and sustainable development is in this context very much welcome. At a later stage, I also liaise with our colleagues to see if we can organize a setting where we can comprehensively brief you on the key elements of that study. But the discussion that we're going to have today was also very, very useful, because from the discussions, the presentations, the recommendations, and other suggestions that you make are going to go into the study, and it will proceed in that manner. Now, sometimes my assistants wanted to help me very much. They take my documents completely without the program. Where is the program? So they've taken all the documents that I had. I'm left without any documents, but at this stage, I don't know if the keynote presentation has already been made. So it's a question of now the panelists reacting to the presentations, and I'm going to start with Mr. 𝗭𝟑𝗧𝗛𝗛, the chairperson of BIDICO Africa. You heard the presentation. What are your reactions? And what messages do you bring forth from the presentation?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ambassador Mushanga, for this opportunity. I think the key issue that comes out from what James talked about, James Mwangi of Equity Bank, and of course all the presentations that were made before, very passionate ones, also by Dr. Amani. I have a question to ask every one of us. I think we're all private sector here from Africa. My question to every one of us in government, private sector, development partners, everyone is, what's stopping us in Africa? We all know there is potential. In Kenya, we're now 60 years old this year. For 60 years, we've remained potential, and will remain potential for another 60 years unless we take action. The facts that James brought out, the opportunities, right? All the opportunities are visible. They're clear. They're there. So what's stopping us? This is probably one question that I want us all to introspect and find out. My own feeling around this was we have a lot of legacy. We have a lot of legacy of the 60 years, or previous to that, the colonial mindset that we have. And we have a lot of old legacy institutions, whether it's associations, whether it's private sector organizations, and probably every country has, probably 200, 300, 400 organizations trying to get together. But at the Africa level, are we really together? And I think this is the question that Dr. Amani talked about is, can we now lay off all our old packaging and say, I was this, I was that. I mean, I've been chairman of KAM, KEPSA, East African Business Council, and all that stuff. And I see that Africa Business Council is now trying to be something different. But it will not get there, Dr. Amani, with due respect. It will not get there if we still stay stuck with the old legacy of what we've done. What must private sector do in order to get this together is to say, let's look at a complete new design thinking. A design thinking for Africa and say, fine, Africa becomes one. The key question then will come amongst the private sector. And I'm not blaming government people, because private sector is the one that talks about a lot of this, but really, we're in NATO. And I say NATO with due respect, it's no action, talk only. We talk a lot, but the actions remaining are about how do we collaborate? How do we create more partnerships? The question around information asymmetry, there's a lot of information available with various governments, 54 governments in Africa, right? How much is shared? How much do we know really? And then we've got governments, which are 54 governments, creating silos amongst each other. Of course, we've got regional economies, which is East Africa. And I think East Africa, we have Flavia here from the East African community. But the point is, we're getting together. But even within that, we still think as I am Kenya, you're Uganda, you're Tanzania, you're Rwanda, Burundi, and we're trying to blockage everyone to say, I need to produce. Same thing with Egypt. I think Egypt comes back and says, sorry, with due respect, Dr. Mani, but even Egypt comes back and says, it's our industry that needs to come together. Why can't we say made in Africa? Why can't we say made in Africa for Africans? And then all of us coming together and say, a borderless Africa. I think it's there very well in the Africa Business Council. The question is, what's stopping us from being a borderless Africa? I think it's the legacy. It's the legacy that we have from the old side. In terms of infrastructure also, our infrastructure going straight from here to China is far, far better than our infrastructure within ourselves in Africa. So I think infrastructure is something that governments need to bring up. But could it be done on a PPP basis, public-private partnership, and really bring that together so that private funding is put together? It's happening in some places in Africa, but it's not yet rampant. So even freight rates, today from East Africa, we produce a lot of stuff here. If we want to send it out to West Africa, the freight rates are so exorbitant, we can't afford it. So I'm just saying, our logistics and transport sectors haven't taken care of that. The reason is because we need two-way trade. We can't just have one-way trade going from East Africa going to West Africa. West Africa needs to have the products to bring back to East Africa so that we actually make logistics cheaper. The key question is, what's stopping this? Even we talk about from here to China, we could export absolutely free because the amount of cargo coming in, right, and the cargo going out is very little. They're all going back empty. Could we make use of this? The question within Africa is, we're still thinking about our borders. We've already opened up in East Africa, borderless, one-stop shops and all that stuff, but still the inspection, the policies are still not favoring all of us. The same thing I find in West Africa. I visited them recently in Ghana, Ivory Coast, West Africa, Nigeria, the whole lot. There's still too many barriers at the borders. When do we go electronic? Why can't we go and do this all online and really have clear transportation systems so that the transporters can get one documentation and really it goes through? and then one border across the whole of Africa which controls our CET. I know it's being discussed. I know that AfCFTA is discussing this, but it may take another 5, 10, 20, 30 years before we get there. Could we do this faster? I think I just want to challenge ourselves to say, can it be done? Ambassador Mushanga, can this be done in the next 2 years? If we sit together in this manner, as private sector, as government, for a week, I think we can solve it. So I'm just saying that the sense of urgency does not seem to exist. And why does it not exist? Because one thing I would say is there's lack of trust. I'd say lack of trust between countries, between companies, between collaborations. And this is where we need to break that down and really bring people to say, let's trust the system. Some countries have already ratified the whole agreements, right? And they're ready to do free trade. Where's the reciprocal interest from everybody else? What I would say is, it's now time for action. Let's start getting into it. Market information, that's also lacking. Today, the amount of information available to everyone, probably the AfCFTA needs to bring that out and say, fine, let's put it all on a portal and have linkages so that everybody looking at certain sectors, whether it's domain experts in agribusiness, whether it's in infrastructure, whether it's even in cement or steel or whatever, I think we could bring that together and say, this is the opportunity. What James talked about, 60% of the arable, unused arable land in the world is sitting in Africa. Does anybody know here where is that land? Secondly, how do we unlock it? How do we really make it productive? It can be done. We can be world-class here in Africa, but the only question is we don't have ideas around that. And then that leads us to rent-seeking and corruption. I think that's important to get rid of. So I know my time is up, but I'm just saying, when we look at this point, can we do that without any issues coming up? No humans control, and actually, the whole system being controlled in such a way that they have teeth. The organizations that control our customs, can they have the teeth to really make sure all our external borders are strongly managed and really being effective in making sure we can control? I believe what James said, we can make the potential into reality. The question is, will we remain potential or do we want to take action? And I think same thing as James said, it's time for action. I think in Africa, we're companies here, we've got much more expertise. A lot of the people, the human capital is second to none. We've got availability on online, we've got bandwidth available, so we're not second to anybody. So I just believe that we have all the ingredients. We just need to make the master chefs come together and really cook the recipe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On a light note, for those of you who are still getting children, maybe you may consider giving your next child the name Potential, so that you know that we are sitting on potential. Now, you came out with quite a number of messages, digital trade, connectivity, plus the need to reduce the cost, the need to integrate Africa so that we've got a borderless Africa, and the need to have a complete redesign of what we are doing by changing our mindset and overcoming the legacy. We talked over the number of African countries under the African Union. We talk of 55 African Union member states, not 54. So that's the politically correct statistics there. Market information, I can provide information right away. We have what we call the African Trade Observatory. It provides information on the export and import opportunities across Africa, as well as trade statistics across Africa, the list of authorized economic operators so that we avoid fraud in intra-African trade. And we have made approaches to our colleagues at the African Continental Free Trade Area to give us the rules of origin regime so that we can provide that information, and in the process, we'll be able to capture intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area. So we move on to the presentations, and the next presenters, I will request them to be mindful of time. So my sister, the President of the African Business Council, Dr. Manu Asufo, you make your statement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think the presentation from my brother of equity, Dr. Mwenge, is very, very comprehensive. And as private sector and Africa Business Council, we always say that if we don't work together, we will never go anywhere. As my brother now, Vimal, was saying, the Africa Business Council is setting up a roadmap for all of us, because nobody can work it alone. It's not about who is doing what, but what are we doing and how can each of us contribute to the whole roadmap of the continent with reference to the industrialization agenda. Because we said, unless we really industrialize, we have no made in Africa product. And I mentioned in my statement in the opening that we have a lot of potentials. As Commissioner had just said, we need to have the industrial designs. How can we have a real made in Africa product which is strong, value-added, competitive? And doing that, we need to establish business development centers, business incubators, technology hubs, link scientific research and technology. We have a lot of universities on the continent, a lot of scientific research institutes, but our research is not geared towards the solution of our African context, not geared towards the industrialization agenda. So this is the missing gap. How we are going to coordinate all our products together and bring the scientists, the private sector, the industrialization, the private sector, based on all that, that we will have an enabling environment by the governments. And I always say that I summarize them with 10 INS. 10 INS is about indigenous capacity building of our private sector, including SMEs, women and youth, information, which is a huge issue, formation to have awareness and building capacity of all our private sector, from the top corporates up to the rural women, the youth entrepreneurs, the cross-border traders. Innovation and scientific research and technology. Without innovation and supporting innovation, we have nowhere to go. Investment and access to credit. That's why financial inclusion is huge, and access to finance for all the private sector at all levels is of paramount importance. That's why our financial institutions on the continent are really requested to see how they finance, and not the conventional way of doing when an SMEs or an youth entrepreneurs going and tell them, give us collateral. We need to have innovative methods of financing our ideas, because this is what I like on the continent. We have a lot of youth entrepreneurs and a lot of ideas and a lot of promising potential SMEs, but they go nowhere because of the financing. Another thing really is about integration, which speaks to my brother Vinal, what he said. Integration among all of us is huge agenda of what we are going to work. Infrastructure, that is very important. Infrastructure is about the roads, how we go from Cairo to Cape, from Lagos to Mombasa, how we have decreased for the cost of the transport of our products, so that products coming from China is not cheaper than coming from ourselves across the whole continent. It's very important. Of course, industry. Industry is the core for all what we are talking about. Internal policy reforms. That is very important, to reform our policies to be conducive for the investment of private sector. How can I ask my private sector to invest in a country while they are not sure that they will get back the return on their investment, if they don't have incentives, if they don't have a real conducive environment? It is very important. Intergenerational dialogue. We need to communicate with our youth, because 60% of our population is going to be youth. They are youth less than 25 years. So it is very important really to international market access. We all have to work for a Made in Africa product, that we work together and complement each other to trade among ourselves and also open new markets. It's not acceptable that, for instance, fashion industry 1.7 trillion within the whole world, and Africa have only 3% of access. While Bangladesh alone, they are leading with the apparel. We cultivate the cotton. We have to have the cotton to be yarn, yarn to be fabric, fabric to be ready-made apparel. So the whole issue is important. The agriculture, agribusiness, everybody knows we have 65% of arable land, but we import with $50 billion per year food. Is this acceptable formula? How can we import $50 billion food and we have 65% of arable land? So where is the missing actually opportunities and how we can do it together? We need to have a mapping exercise of what's existing on the continent of resources and how these resources are transformed into value addition, and how we involve our scientists to make sure that our industrialization agenda and the financial institutions, they put actually money, and the private sector, like my brother, Ambassador Moshenga is always saying, they invest the private sector of the continent. There is a lot of money on the continent, but it is not geared towards the real solutions of the continent. But it will not happen, my brother, except if public-private sector dialogue, unless we have a real investment or a real incentives from the conducive environment. So we have the natural resources of the world. We have, I mentioned, the gemstones, the minerals, the latex. Latex is something that is done for gloves, surgical gloves. We have them, but we don't industrialize them. We are bringing them from Malaysia. So why? Why is this happening? Because we are not coordinating. So a mapping exercise of what's existing on the continent, having technology hubs, economic industrial zones, a roadmap of under Africa Business Council, which is established by the heads of state to be the continental body. We have all the private sector, the REX business councils, chambers of commerce, private sector federations, union of industries, manufacturing associations, SMEs, women and youth come together to implement this agenda, each in their region. As my brother Vimal said, it's not about I do this, no, but we do this for the sake of the continent. And this is the real agenda of how the private sector can implement it and how AfCFTA can succeed. Because if the private sector doesn't work, if we don't have a good private made in Africa product that we trade among ourselves, are we going to bring containers from China and India to trade among ourselves? It's not possible. So, and we have to be proud that we are African and to have a made in Africa product that is very, very, very proud. Because if we don't do this, who will do it for us? Nobody will come from outside the continent to industrialize for us. Nobody will come and say, you Africa are good. We are going to help you to be the exporter of end product. So together, African private sector with the government, we're under umbrella of African Union, we come together to really establish business development centers and business incubators and technology hubs. We have a lot of trade among ourselves. We can see the cross-border women traders are trading among our borders. I personally did a questionnaire between Zambia and Zimbabwe, Egypt and Sudan, Djibouti and Ethiopia. I went to the borders and asked the women there, do you know anything about simplified trade regime? They don't know. Do you know any of how? Of course, I didn't ask them yet about AfCFTA because it was not dead. But what do you need to promote our trade together? They need services on the border. They need training for the customs official to see how we trade among ourselves. They need information about the trade agreements that is present on the continent. All those needs and information, it's our responsibility to do it for the real implementation of AfCFTA. So my brother, Ambassador, we are there. Africa Business Council is there. And I always say, as our African proverb says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if we want to go far, we go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister, the President of the African Business Council. You raised quite a number of points, reiterating the importance of the Made in Africa standards, and with it, the issue of industrial design, and also the importance of business incubation, as well as research and development that is anchored on boosting innovation. You highlighted the 10-ins, and you also highlighted the importance of value chain mapping. We are doing that with the UNIDO, under the sponsorship by GIZ and the International Trade Center. We plan to cover about 42 products across Africa, so that one is underway. The issue of information comes back again, and the question of training. Now, training is very, very important here, if I may highlight. The Chief Executive Officer of Equity Bank indicated that Africa accounts for about 3% of GDP, with a population of 17% of the global population. Actually, right now, it's 17.5% of the global population. Now, contrast that with China, which also has 17.5% of the global population and accounts for 18% of global GDP. And China also accounts for 20% of global trade. So the difference between is productivity. There is low productivity in Africa. We need to invest in high productivity. So this is an issue that we should always look at. Now, let's go to the third presenter, so that after that we go into discussion. And I'll invite Madam Flavia Busingia, the Director of Customs and Trade at the East African Community. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And when Dr. Mwangi was concluding his remarks, he just said, you do not say that you have not heard. So meaning that you have heard and you have what it takes to implement or to act. So from our perspective, we think that the region has done what it takes to simplify, to develop strategies and policies that facilitate cross-border trade and allowing the private sector to access markets across the continent. But what kind of investment do we look out for? Do we look out for our traditional investment? Do we still produce the same products? Or do we have to think about diversification of what we produce so that we are able to access the market and compete with the rest of Africa? Sometimes we tend to zero ourselves in one specific area or one specific product. But for now, if we look at today, with the way the market has been expanding, some of the areas of investment require, you think twice before you, for example, go to Ghana to take your products. Because you're looking at your health, for example. Have we invested enough in terms of the health infrastructure? If I get to Ghana, am I able to get medical access? Am I able to use my card that I have for Jubilee to access medical services in Accra? So those are the areas that we need to open up to and think about diversification in terms of investment and also producing the quality products that can be able to compete across the continent. But on the side of the government, we have tried to harmonize. As East Africa, you know very well that we implement a common trade policy as a customs union and a common market. So it means our private sector are able to benefit from those policies that have been harmonized across the region and enjoy the facilitation that are provided for by those instruments. The NTBs, we also have worked tirelessly together with the private sector. I know Vimari will not agree with me, but I know that we have done quite a lot in terms of elimination of NTBs. Yes, they do arise from time to time, but we try as much to address some of those NTBs. If we go to how the market issue or the finance, access to finance. We are talking about private sector. We are able. What is it that we have to do? But do we have the capacity to produce? Do we have if you look at the small and medium enterprises, they contribute about 80%. But how do they contribute? How do they access the financial? What do the financial institutions facilitate to help the SMEs to grow. We are talking about digital trade, and we have developed an e-commerce strategy to help the region to trade digitally. But are we able, our private sector, ready to exploit that opportunity? Do they have access to internet? Do they have access to the instruments that are required to digitally trade? So those are some of the aspects that we need to look into as we access the markets. Of course, I won't emphasize so much in terms of market access, because if I have to produce, I must know where do I have to trade my goods? Where do I take, if I go to Zambia, for example, who am I trading with? So that is very critical, and we need to really address that. Capacity building, we have undertaken a number of capacity building, creating awareness on the continental market or the African continental free trade area. But then there is still lack of understanding. The guided trade initiative that is being piloted by 3 countries in East Africa, what is it that the private sector in other countries are doing to ensure that all our countries are under the guided trade initiative? As a community, we have identified a number of, we have identified the countries, or we are supporting the countries that are not yet under the guided trade initiative by identifying the gaps, the firms to match make with the counterparts in the rest of Africa. And we have also undertaken trainings and awareness. We have also identified the products, the specific areas of trade for them to be able to participate. Honorable Chair, thank you. Those are my contributions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Butingia, for that presentation, which brought on quite a number of issues. The question of awareness creation came up, just like capacity building, issues of market access, access to finance, the cross-border checks, diversification, quality, which is made in Africa, and harmonization of customs policies and procedures, and how you are dealing with non-tariff barriers. Now, you have listened to the presentations. I think as we now go into the discussion phase, there is one question which was raised by Mr. Shah. And the question was, what is stopping us in Africa? So as you make the reactions to the presentations, I will encourage all of you to see if you can answer that question. So we would like to make a contribution at this stage. You raise your hands. I say, gentleman there, go ahead. Be mindful of the time. If there are any questions, ask specific questions. If you're answering that question raised, feel free to do so, but be mindful of the time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ambassador. Just to respond to the question raised by Vimasha, the issue is the trust. And I think the trust is the most important currency between the government and the private sector. I was looking at the Singapore. Singapore, they are number one in terms of what you call economic freedom index. It measures how citizens respect the policies, how they work with their government in terms of accountability. So I think we need to inculcate, build that trust based on accountability. What the private sector wants from the government is that you are accountable. The policies are there, as my sister Flavia mentioned. We have excellent policies and strategy, Ambassador. But the issue is implementation of those policies and the feedback mechanism that the government gives to the private sector. So how do we unlock that? How do we ensure that we have accountability and a feedback mechanism so that those policies every annually, Your Excellency, you mentioned, should we have this forum quarterly or annually? We could have this forum annually, but with accountability. I recall we signed this agreement, CFTA, in 2018 in Kigali. 5 years down the road, we are still talking about negotiation of the protocols. 5 years down the road. Do we have a sense of urgency in what we are doing? The commitment from the government, the leadership has been expressed, but are we ready to implement? So when you move here, even from East Africa, we've been singing as the ABC, borderless East Africa for our people. Farmers, producers are constrained by our individual policies. Can we walk the talk? Can we be serious and have really a concrete mechanism in terms of accountability, in terms of feedback between the government and the private sector? Have a kind of a contract, a social contract between the government and the private sector. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Trust and accountability under the rule of law. That is noted. Yes, my brother.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. As I wait for the mic.
Okay, then we'll give him after you make a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. As he waits for the mic, mine is straightforward. It's just a question that goes to the AfCFTA Secretariat. As a lawmaker, I'm Françoise Umukiza. I come from the East African Legislative Assembly, IALA, and I think I'm the only lawmaker here. I thank AIBC in collaboration with Customs and Trade for the invite. I'm really honored and humbled. You know, I'm also the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, Natural Resources. You have 3 in 1. I have heard from AfCFTA SG representative that they have got 22 schedules as far as the implementation of AfCFTA is concerned. I didn't hear from food and security. I just have heard, you know, from tourism and the natural resources and the others. And you know how important this AfCFTA trade-related, trade liberalization, trade facilitation is food-based, food products, value chains, competitiveness are based on food security. So I would like to ask, you know, how are they approaching this without having the shadow among the 22 that we are working on food security to make sure we go zero hunger, you know, we go wealth, we go health, you know, because we have to avoid hunger or what, but wealth and also health citizens as far as Africans are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. They are going to be given the opportunity to answer that question. How are you dealing with the issue of food security in the African Continental Free Trade Area? You have the floor, my brother.
Hello. I would like to comment as a private sector, as an investor. If I am an investor, I will ask myself, is this country in Africa is investable? What I need as an investor? First, I need that my money, when I put money in this country, I can get it out. Some country is very difficult to take your profit outside again. Second, what is the interest rate? Each project will need some sort of financial leverage. So interest rate in Africa, we are talking about 15 to 25, sometimes higher. This is very high. We are talking about zero interest to 5% in Europe and United States. So the cost of production is hurdled or increased by the interest rate of the project. Third, the tax rate. Tax rate is very high in most African countries. We have a country here in East Africa that have corporate tax rate of 35%. 35%. No wonder this country is one of the poorest in the world. If you go to Switzerland, tax rate is 12.5. If you go to Ireland, tax rate is 12.5. Why we are starting with 20 and 25 tax rate? So you put tax rate corporate tax rate plus interest rate, you get very expensive products that you cannot sell even in your country. It becomes cheaper to buy from India or China because they don't have this. It's cheaper even to buy from Europe. Then comes a free trade area, and you have a free borders and no custom. But how much is custom? Some goods you have like 5% custom. So if you don't have a real protection for Africa on the border, this 5% doesn't mean anything, because people will still go and buy the equipment from Europe or from India or from China. So can I get my money? Tax rate, interest rate, the real protection for the border of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those are very, very pertinent questions. And we can also try to bring into the picture the question of tax incentives. A lot of African countries offer tax incentives to promote foreign direct investment. And sometimes they also offer it to local investors. The African Tax Administration Forum has been working with the United Nations to aggregate the value of those tax incentives. And the figure they've come up, preliminary figure, is $220 billion US. Contrast that with the annual FDI, foreign direct investment flows to Africa of about $100 billion US. So we have heard the message. We need to improve the investment climate by promoting macroeconomic policies of low interest rates as well as low taxes. So that has been heard. The director of ceremony would indicate to me when we should stop because we started late, but I see a hand over there. So I'll give you the floor. So you indicate when we need to go for lunch, and there's another hand there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much for other panelists.
Sorry, no, there's another gentleman with the white hat there. He was the first one to raise his hand. If you can give him the opportunity. Okay.
I think I was first.
Okay, since you're already there, it's okay. Be patient, eh? Okay, he has obliged. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and my name is Suleiman. I'm come from Somalia. I think that question is very restricted to sometimes even to ask ourselves, because in including this conference, I think we not pay ourselves. So I think we are not independent, and I think we, as some of the bank say, the CEO, if I'm not wrong, I'm sorry, sorry for overtake that person, I think. So the trust, I think it's fundamental, because our private sector, they are not paying even the conferences that the people come in. So still we say we come in here, and I think we are not even independent economically. So the Belgium and Canada and other partners, they are paying this sometimes in conferences. So I think that's even another insecurity issue for that, saying we are not going ahead. So I think till our private sector people are ready to take the lead, I think we still here. And also the one, it's a leadership. So I think the leadership and private sector role, if it's going ahead, I think we have a move, unless we will sit down here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody was whispering that there's also the element of donor dependence. Now, the next gentleman, and we'll do one more, After him, behind there, yes, you'll be given the floor. Your son? No, the son. So, no, I think, okay, two more. The gentleman there, the lady, and yourself. Then we'll close it. We'll give the panelists to do the responses. There are so many people requesting, because I'm told we started very late.
Thank you.
We have noted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is𝗭𝗪𝗧𝗛𝗛, youth leader of one of the informal settlement in Kenya, which is Mathare, and also I'm representing Mathare informal settlement dwellers in this forum. The biggest question on behalf of the East Africans or even Africans youth is unemployment. And this issue can only be addressed if we come up with the mechanism and ways of coming up with employment way. But there is no that place for all youths to be employed. Many of youths in the informal settlement areas and the vulnerable communities are very much interested to be job creators, but not job seekers. What is the African Union and the East African community are doing to close the gap of job seekers in East African community? One of the solutions that we have as youths in East African community and also the African at large is to empower youths through soft skill trainings. Can we have more vocational training centers across the Africa so that our youths can learn to be mechanic, to be plumbing, to be tailors, so that we can close the gap of job seekers and create the big gap of youths who can do their own job. The second thing is taxation. We have a lot of companies that are interested to do business with Africa, but the biggest problem is taxation. And through this taxation makes even those companies that are existing in Africa, especially in my country, they are closing to other countries. Can we have at least a good way how we can bring more, lobby for more investors and take care of things like taxation? If you take a look of the BIDCO company is in Kenya and in other parts of Africa, but their commodity in Kenya, the price is totally different with maybe in Tanzania or in Uganda. Maybe in Uganda it's very cheap, but if you come in Kenya, the same commodity is very much expensive. Let me talk about the thing like salad. Can we have an equal taxation so that we can have more investors to employ our youths? Because we want to reduce the crime, we want to reduce teenage pregnancies, we want to reduce gender-based violence, and we can only reduce this thing if we close the gap of unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The issue of youth unemployment and the tax rebates or tax incentives has been raised, and it will be answered. Now, the gentleman here, then the lady after this. I'll come this side. Just be patient.
Thank you very much.
Two more of this side, then we'll close.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Simon Kaheru from the East African Business Council from Uganda. Here dressed in a Ugandan-made shirt. And I'm not just here to make a fashion statement. I fully agree with what the panelists have said, and I like what Dr. Amani raised around the different points of controversy on this continent. And she mentioned textiles and the opportunity there. Now, I'm not going to talk about just textiles. One of the key issues that we face, and we keep talking about it as a continent, is our mindset. Our mindset. And every time we talk about things like trade, growing trade and business in Africa, we are talking about it from there, but doing something very different. In the room right now, everybody's wearing European suits, apart from that gentleman and myself, and that lady, but we are accountable. The majority are taking jobs to factories outside the continent, which that investor there highlighted the reasons for. What makes us, from the beginning, choose the wrong options? And how do we address that? Information may be one thing, but changing the mindsets of all these Africans so that we work more towards uniting rather than fighting will cause the actual difference that will implement a continental free trade area that works. I can give you 101 examples of countries that are consistently blocking, even within the East African community here, blocking the growth of trade and business. People who are even refusing to speak the same language, yet they can. Why? Our mindset just is not in the right place. And when we're in these great rooms here, we are discussing the best ideas, but we need to get out there and make all these Africans implement them. And I hope that the panel up there, because Dr. Manyi, for instance, who's heading up the Africa Business Council, I hope you stay in the rooms where that change can be made. And Bimal, you said, let's go together. We are all in this together. We're ready to work with you, to work together, to move trade and business in Africa to the right place, so that people are importing, Chinese are importing from here, rather than vice versa. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your message is loud and clear. The mindset is a non-tariff barriers. How do we remove it? Madam, you have the floor. It will be responded to.
Thank you. My name is Wamahoro Nadia, CEO of Data System, a software company from East Africa, originally from Rwanda. So I wanted to thank all the panelists for very insightful ideas, which I believe they were very well prepared, and they are tackling key points. I have noted few from the different discussion, especially from Dr. Mwangi and Mr. Vimarsha, where we need to push African to produce food for Africans. One of the key problem I see is that there's only few African, especially the youth, that understand the importance of becoming farmers or venturing into agriculture business. So the solution is not even as complicated as we think. The problem is about information sharing. People need to get out of the city and go and discuss at the university or in the village for the youth to understand why it is very important. And if necessary, in the case, for example, of getting cereals, it has been identified that Angola, Tanzania, and Ethiopia only could feed the whole Africa. So why can't it be a resolution from African Union to take action and let us understand the rest of Africans how we can help? Do they need people? We have a lot of people who are unemployed. Giving out 6 months of your time to go to do such a noble job, which is of our concern, I think a lot of people would do it for free. We have seen a lot of young people who have liberated their country. It wasn't because it was fashion, but because they understood the emergence of the action. So I think from the point where we are, there is an emergence of making it mandatory for every country, especially East African countries, to support Tanzania or to support Ethiopia or Angola to come together to make food accessible for everyone. So coming back to manufacturing now. Manufacturing at this point...
Could you summarize?
Yes, I'm summarizing. At this point in where we are, I think we need to embrace artificial intelligence. There is nothing we could do without implicating technology at a high level to make manufacturing a possibility. So a lot of scientists, countries, East African community, I see a lot of things you have done. To come here, I just used my Rwandan ID. So this is also something you can do. Use the youth to come up with ideas on how we can use artificial intelligence and technology to come up with a solution to this point. But mostly, I insist on mentorship. Today, we had a lot of great insightful from people who are very, how can I say, very they have a lot of things they could share with everyone. But we don't have a platform, we don't have any social media that is designed for African, where we can access some of you people to contribute to the things you could do. And we combine the thinking and innovation spirit of youth with the experienced people like you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With respect to agriculture, I think just to provide information that at the African Union, we are collaborating with the African Export-Import Bank, the African Development Bank, and the African Business Council in the development of what we call the Agro-Pax program. Through this program, we are going to really promote cross-border investments in the field of agriculture, from primary production to agro-processing, as well as the supply of inputs into the agricultural endeavor. And the pilot phase that is being done now is involving Zambia and Zimbabwe, but it will cover all the 5 regions of Africa in order to promote food security. Thank you. This side now, we'll start with the lady. I think there was a hand there, then the gentleman, and we close to enable our colleagues.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Santa. I stand on the existing protocol. I'm an East African, but specifically from Uganda. It's when we talk about these continental issues coming in. Secondly, standardization of products is a big issue. Right now, Uganda and South Sudan has an issue. Uganda and Kenya has an issue. Do we call ourselves a bloc? It's not. So we need, number one, standardization of products. Let all the standard units of East Africa, first and foremost, agree that maize from Uganda means maize from East Africa. Groundnuts from Rwanda means groundnuts from East Africa. Oil from Uganda, oil from Kenya, and the South Sudan, DRC, are the same. We speak same language. Number 3, with business, security is paramount. Where do you put South Sudan? Where do we put DRC? They are our brothers and sisters. If we don't talk about security, we are not talking about business. Because if you go at the border of these 2 countries, there are issues to deal with. And yet we are supposed to do business in East Africa. Now I'm talking about production cost in East Africa is very high. Electricity is generated from Uganda, for example. I give that one because I come from there. But the cost of electricity is very high. And it is not even consistent. It's not stable. And I have very good products in Uganda. How do I bring it to Kenya? When somebody asks me, can you supply me ABCD? I won't sign any contract at all because I know power is not inconsistent. So we have issues in East Africa. I'm not going to talk about Africa. I must start, charity begins from home. I cannot talk about the continental thing. Lastly, I'm going to talk about unemployment. We harvest human resources every year from tertiary institution. Where do these people go? I want this question answered, unless otherwise it's going to be difficult for this AfCFTA. It's going to be very difficult. But I'm talking about East Africa because I'm a mother. My children are at home. They're riding this motorcycle. He has a master. He has a degree. What are we going to do with these ones? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. AfCFTA. Okay. The director, Businga, is going to answer the questions you raised. The gentleman there, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Oh, I had in mind there. Anyway, go ahead. Then you hand it over to your colleague.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is 9 🭚🭚 𝗨𝗡𝗜𝗢𝗡, Secretary General, All Africa Association for Small and Medium Enterprises. Your Excellency, I'm very interested in statements that you made, statements made by Dr. Amani and also Mr. Shah. Let me begin with your statement. Your statement gives room for concern. You said multiple conferences on private sector forum. The idea of having one event in the continent. I think that resonates very well from our side or from the side of the SMEs. Now, the reason is this. We are having too many conferences, and like Mr. Shah also said, NATO. You know, it's more like NATO, no action, talk only. So, but programs coordinated by the African Union should have a lot of action and feedbacks coming out of it. Now, particularly, I would like to say that engagements like this give room for peer review mechanisms within private sector and then public-private dialogue, PPDs. But is this really happening? Is it giving us what we want? Can we talk about broadening the conversation towards having a private sector bill of rights that will protect the interest of SMEs, protect the interest of entrepreneurs? At the borders, all the borders in Africa, you have issues. Even in this era of the AfCFTA, we have issues with the customs, with all the plethora of agencies at the border. We have not been able to address it properly. And again, the border communities, they don't even know what AfCFTA is all about. So that sensitization needs to continue, you know. But in all, I am saying that can we broaden a conversation towards having a private sector bill of rights? Your Excellency, permit me to push this back to you. And then for Africa Business Council, I listened to you, I've listened to you severally. You've been doing a lot of canvassing and advocacy, and I think you've given a lot of traction to the body. But the issue is this. Private sector forum. Where are the big players? Where's Dangote? Where's Boasment? Where are all of them? They are all supposed to be part of this forum. We're not seeing them. Don't they believe in what we are doing here? I'm just speaking on issues. I mean, across the continent, we've got the big players. We are not seeing them. It is when they are available, they will hear from us. We can key into them. They can understand the SMEs better. And then when the SMEs play their critical roles, the prosperity that we seek, according to Aspiration 1 of the Agenda 2063, we will now have for the continent. So I think that we should have that somewhere in our minds to begin to address. And then finally, for the question that was put forward by Mr. Shah, what is stopping Africa? Well, you know that as well as we do. Everything is stopping Africa. The will to take action, trust. We are working in silos. If we hold our hands to cooperate with each other, to collaborate with each other, and then finally to be able to take actions and communicate, I think we will do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The questions will be responded to. You have the floor.
And thank you very much,
Then
Chair.
we'll go to the responses.
My name is Victor Ogallo, the Deputy CEO for Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Looks like the main question is what Dr. Vimal posed, what is stopping Africa? I've studied this question for some years, and I also looked at some of the SMEs that were established 40 years ago, and they're still SMEs. So the question also could be turned, why are some SMEs remaining SMEs for 40 years? And so again, integration, I'm actually an integration trade economist. And so I've spent some years on this subject matter. I was paralleling Africa and Southeast Asia and looking at how fast Southeast Asia was able to integrate. And when did we start this conversation of integration in Africa? Since our independence, right? It came from Kwame Nkrumah. And so for 60 years, actually, we've been talking about this same question. Yeah. and looks like we haven't found the answer. But maybe you'd agree with my findings. In Southeast Asia, what actually I've found out is that their integration was driven by markets and tangible economic initiatives. And in looking at Africa, our integration has relied a lot more on politically driven process, which is, as you know, led by big people in big summits. There was a time in 2017, we took a business trip to one of the EAC countries, KEPSA versus the equivalent of KEPSA in that country. And we agreed, the business community in both countries agreed on what needed to be resolved. But our own governments of both countries disagreed with us. Here we could sit and agree as a business community on really what we need to do. But then there's a stoppage, there are breaks, political breaks. That is stopping us. Why is it that when the business community across Africa have agreed on really what needs to be done, they find serious roadblocks by their own governments? That is stopping us. Maybe let me not oversimplify the comparison between Southeast Asia and Africa. Two critical characteristics that we need to take home. The role of Japan as an actor in Southeast Asia. Japan developed a model called flying geese paradigm. You may check it later on, where instead of producing everything in Japan, it established regional production networks in different Southeast Asian countries. And once those countries were able to catch up with the Japanese technology, Japan had moved. That is the flying geese paradigm, that when the geese are flying up, there's the lead geese, the lead goose. There's also one at the tail end. As they fly, the one at the tail end eventually reaches where the lead was, but by that time the lead has already moved on. So everybody is actually developing together because the one at the tail end is motivated by the lead than if it was flying alone. So the role of Japan as a regional anchor in establishing production networks across the region rather than retaining everything in Japan was very, very critical. The second one is the role that China played with family conglomerates, the cottages that were promoted by Chinese government, cottage industries, and then that were formed into cooperatives. That became the launching pad of China, and then the rest of the Southeast Asia started to copy that model. These are lessons I think that we could learn in Africa and take on. We will move from being a sluggish, politically driven integration to a more quiet, dynamic, private sector-led integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me give you a story about the private sector. When we were creating awareness about the African Continental Free Trade Area, I will not name the country so that they are not embarrassed. We requested the chief negotiators to go and engage the private sector to tell them about the African Continental Free Trade Area. One of them did, spent about 30 minutes explaining the idea behind the African Continental Free Trade Area and where we were at the level of negotiations. That was in the mid part of 2018. And when she finished her presentation, a hand shot up. And the question was, how do I increase my export to the European Union? And the next question actually was in support of the other one, the seven. All of them were more interested in exporting to the European Union rather than trying to capitalize the opportunities created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I'm raising this issue to say it should be market-driven. but it seems there could be some selective amnesia on the part of the private sector about the African Continental Free Trade Area. I thought I should give you that point. Now, we are short of time, so we will make a very brief reaction, not more than 1 minute. And now there are several questions, but you cannot answer all of them. Just one minute, starting with the President of the African Business Council.
So thank you very much. I think there were various questions, but I will pick up, of course, on several, which is like trust by Brother Bosco. Trust has to be public-private. We need to create trust among all our institutions. The youth and unemployment. Youth is very important, as we said. That's why we need to invest in technical vocational training, but also to build capacity of the graduates with the needs of the industrialization, especially the new machineries which are digital. So it's not anymore labor which is cheap and not trained, but matching the industrialization agenda. My brother and the mindset, the fashion industry is huge. This is my design. I have a haute couture that I'm trying to say called 𝗭𝗓𝗏. This is a piece of jewelry that is cut and polished in Madagascar, which is made in Africa. So we need to make the mindset to see how we really empower our African private sector in everything, not only in fashion industry, but everything, but it has to be a made in Africa strong product. Electricity, of course, we are a shortage of electricity because we need to invest in energy. And this is one thing that Africa harnesses 49% of renewable energy of the world, whether solar, whether wind, whether thermal, hydro, but we need to see how investors can come. And this brings me to Professor Dabis, who was talking about investment. He's the chair of the healthcare industry of Africa Business Council. We need to have internal reforms, and that's why this is one of the internal reform policies and the ecosystem of the whole climate change. My brother, about integration, of course, we really need to see how integration, and also to see how we empower our SMEs and the cooperatives. They will remain SMEs because nobody's upscaling them to be big corporates, and that's why we're talking about the 40% government procurement. If they go for big tenders, then we really have big companies, but they will still be SMEs because we don't have the whole ecosystem for it. And of course, I said the rural women. The rural women are very much within the private sector. They are the cross-border women traders, but we need to give them the rights. We need to train the official customs. We need to see how we empower the whole ecosystem with reference to this. And I think information is a must, it's very important. And the whole issue of the I think I just had some others, but this is the main questions that we have. Yes, Rashid. And with reference to the youth, we are currently trying to put together a fund called Innovate Fund Africa for startups, because addressing, as you mentioned, the youth innovations, we need to empower our youth innovations, especially agriculture, agribusiness. It's ready. We have high tech for agribusiness for the youth to make it attractive for them, agriculture and business. We have startups that have drones that goes and see the harvest of the yields. They go also for pollination between palm trees. They are using high technologies, but we need to invest in them. That's why, Commissioner, you will help us to see how we put the fund together. Innovate Africa Fund for startups, for high tech. My brother Equity will also do this. And we are doing now a big program called Hunting for Africa's Unicorns. It will be the biggest TV show program for youth entrepreneurs within the high tech. So I think, and economic independence is very important. My brother from Somalia, that is why we are here. And we have a slogan that I say, why economic independence? To have our power of choice and voice. Without financial independence, Africa will never be having its own choice and voice. And this is the founding fathers. We are celebrating this year 60 years of our Organization for African Unity, and our founding fathers were looking for our political independence. Now it's our role as private sector to look at our economic independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think ladies first. Director Musinge,
There are questions directly regarding the East Africa community. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. They are very direct, particularly in regard to what we trade within the East Africa and issues of standards. It still comes to the issue of mindset, because we have developed, we have adopted harmonized standards over 1,000, I think 1,092 regional standards. So the implementation part is the challenge. It's not that we don't have standards that are harmonized, but how do we implement at partner state level? That is what the private sector also needs to address in terms of how do we collaboratively address such matters, because we already have policies in place and we know that we can implement for purposes of facilitating our trade. The other issue was on regarding production, the high level of production, electricity. I can say that the region has already installed 7,000 plus megawatts and is currently working on about 7,000 also to produce power for purposes of electricity. So that is an achievement on our side, and I think it will, I probably will add value to that. Security, some of these issues may not be elaborately addressed here, but I think if you're following very well, the region is working together to restore peace and security in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also I think there is something that is being done for DRC. Of course, these also impact trade in one way or another, and we cannot develop when we have issues of security. The other issue was on cross-border trade. Some of these issues relate to lack of advocacy and also limited knowledge on what is to be treated across the border. We have simplified procedures that facilitate cross-border trade. So how do we get to know that information? How do the revenue authorities probably put them out for everybody to access? That is an issue of awareness, which we are currently working on. Every quarter, the Secretariat or the region organizes sensitization missions on cross-border trade, and we ensure that at least we attract cross-border traders along the different borders. We have constructed the OSBPs. These OSBPs are for purposes of helping us. I think after this session, we will be launching an automated tool for purposes of facilitating collection of data and also assessing the performance. It is the improvements that we undertake to facilitate trade across the region. The issue of mindset in terms of attire, at the EAC level, we have adopted the policy on Buy East Africa, Promote East Africa. At every council meeting in Arusha, we bring those ladies who manufacture vitenge. And on every Friday, we are all supposed to be wearing African attire. So that is how we are promoting it at a regional level, and so many more. So we, working together as a private sector and government, we are able to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shah.
Thank you very much. I think they were very interesting questions, and probably 13 of them that I want to answer. But because you said 1 minute, I'll just address them quickly. I think the issue around competitiveness, so when you talk about can I invest, can I get my returns, interest rates, taxes being too high, I think it's a global issue. I think it's global competitiveness. And this is something that I'd like to really get the private sector onto. Whatever we talk about, infrastructure, trade, whatever, we need to look at our competitiveness, global competitiveness very, very crucially, because if we're not globally competitive, we're still going to be consuming. And the fact remains, with 1.3 billion, 1.4 billion today, and 2.5 billion people in 2050, we shall still be consuming. The question is, will that consumption happen from local African production or will it come from outside? I think that's where the issue is. This is why, if you see a lot of countries, China is asking for a free trade area with Africa. I think India is asking for a free trade area. They're all looking at EU coming and saying, can we have a free trade area with Africa? Because they know consumption will not stop. So the key question here is we're paying, in Africa, we're paying the inefficiency penalty. We're paying the corruption penalty for high cost of doing business. And that's why when we look at AfCFTA, we're talking about 0, 10, 25, and 35% tariff rates for tariffication in terms of goods. Inventory is like for raw materials, 0% duty, and 35% for finished products coming from outside. The reason for that is because of the inefficiency we have here, where there's high power cost, high labor cost, high transport costs, or high interest rates. And I think this is something that we need to sit together. Once we unify the private sector, which my sister is trying to do here, let's get that done. And then we go and lobby two governments to say, this is what we would like to do, and this is what we can do. It won't happen that 55 countries all of a sudden become one, but I think we've got 5 regions, as I understand it. We have 5 regions, and if each of the 5 regions are then handled well, I think we can get this done. Lastly, I think the mindset issue, I think that's clear, because we need to look at our own self-esteem. Do we produce and do we buy products made in Africa, or we buy from elsewhere? I'm wearing a suit which was made in Kenya, right? But it's a design from overseas, which doesn't matter. But the point is, our mindset needs to change. The issue around information asymmetry, I think it's important that we look at it from an angle of AI is going to be used. Technology is going to be used. Our youth have got access to all the latest technologies. There is no way we can say we're going to stay away from this. So that's opportunity. Every challenge that we see in Africa, I see it as opportunity, because there's an opportunity to do something about it. And this is why I'm saying, lock ourselves into a room for a week or 2 weeks with the public-private sector coming together in this partnership to say, let's solve these problems and do it quickly. After that, we then need to go back and say, let's act upon it and let's get out of NATO. So I think the public-private sector coming together. Trust, we talked about trust. I think, Doctor, you talked about trust. Trust is 4 things: integrity, intent, competency, and results. If any of these is 0, the trust will be lacking. So firstly, we should get the trust within the private sector coming together to say, we have integrity, intent, we're all on the same page, we're all aligned towards what we want to do, and then competencies. Pool our competencies. We've got so many competencies across Africa, whether you start from the north to the south, bring them together, and then let's go and get results. And I think with that, I think we will have a trust increasing all the time. The question that I ask again is, do we really have a burning platform here in Africa for each country, for each company, for each person? Do we have a burning platform where we think that, there's a compelling force that brings us together? What is the glue that brings us together? Is it just prosperity? Is it just my prosperity? Or is it your prosperity? Or is it our prosperity? Creating jobs cannot be understated. I think creating jobs is important. However, I'd like to look at it differently. Rather than just say creating jobs is a must-do. But at the same time, our human capital. Can we make our human capital to be world-class? Can we train them so that they are world-class, which means there will be a demand for our human capital globally. And I think these days with the whole advent of internet and all that stuff, we can service the world also, not just manufacture for the world. So I think the opportunities are great. All I would say is let's all of us look at this. Every challenge is an opportunity. Let's look for that opportunity and take advantage of that. However, of course, the leadership must make sure we sit together with the public sector, with the people who matter, and the leadership that matters to say, let's influence them. You may not get it done in 55 countries at the same time, but if you get the 5 regions, and you get 1, 2, 3 regions coming together, I think the rest will have FOMO. FOMO means fear of missing out, and they will want to be into it. So I guess that's probably a mantra, but thank you very much for this forum.
Thank you very much. We are pressed for time, so we have to adjourn. But before we do that, I would like to thank the colleagues in the panel. I think they were able to stimulate a discussion. Could you clap for them? Thank you very much. I was asked a specific question of the Bill of Rights. Can we do it bilaterally? The Bill of Rights of the private sector, we can do it bilaterally. But there was one issue which is very pertinent.
Why is it that some African SMEs, they exist for 40 years without turning into big companies? The question is very, very simple. They do not get the market share. And they do not gain market share because they do not innovate. Once upon a time, Apple was an SME. Microsoft was an SME. Samsung was an SME. Nike was an SME. Puma was an SME. Why? Innovation, innovation, innovation. So with that, let us adjourn for now. And I hand over now to the director of the program because I think there's a brief lunch before we go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Please be seated there. You can sit here because we are just going to, I assure you, we're going to spend only 10 minutes because we have been talking about one-stop border. And I would like to thank the Trademark Africa for coming up with this initiative in close collaboration with the East African community. In this regard, I would like to call upon Ms. Flavia Businge, who is the Director, Customs and Trade, East African Community. She will moderate this session. Maybe, Ms. Flavia, you can also call your other colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you everyone for being here. The tool developed by the East African community with the support of Trademark Africa is to facilitate the cross-border movement of goods and also to ensure that we monitor performance of those infrastructure that we put in place. So we will have, it is just a very short launch, and we will just have an introduction to the platform, which I've just said. Because of time and because we've kept you here for a long time, we wouldn't really want to take it so long. And we will have just a few remarks from Trademark, and then I hope, Urban Director is available, and we shall also receive remarks from the Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Annette Semwemba, and then we shall have a launch. It is just a digital launch, so we don't have to cut the ribbons and the like. I will also request Engineer Murenzi to be close by to help the dignitaries to launch. So we have been having the OSBPs in the East African community, and so far 12 of them are operational, and we have earmarked 10 more borders to be constructed as OSBPs. They have really facilitated trade, and we have cross-border reduction in about 74% of cross-border trade, and we already have an act that the OSBP Act that provides for different procedures to operationalize those borders. So it is an infrastructure that has facilitated trade greatly within the community in line with other trade initiatives that we have undertaken, like the Single Customs Territory, the Authorized Economic Operator Program. So all those are initiatives that put together facilitate or reduce time and costs of goods and transit across the region. So with that brief, I will request Trademark to come and give us very few remarks, and then we shall proceed. Thank you. Meanwhile, it is just for purposes of reducing on time and cost, and also being able to be accountable on some of the infrastructure that we undertake or that we develop. We usually have buildings looking beautiful, but how do we use those buildings? How do we ensure that they actually serve the purpose for which they were constructed? Timea, please.
Yeah, thank you, Director Flavia. I'm not Alban Odhiambo. My name is Benedict Musengele, the Director in charge of Trade Policy and Facilitation. Alban could not make it. He has been held up elsewhere. and we do not want to keep you waiting for long. As it has been said, Trademark Africa, formerly known as Trademark East Africa, is an aid for trade, not-for-profit organization. It has been in this space of facilitating trade since 2010. And in 2019, with the support of USAID, we collaborated with the East Africa community to develop an one-stop border post performance measurement tool. And why we did this is way back in 2016, together with the East Africa community, we did a survey which showed that the one-stop border posts were playing a significant role in reducing time and cost for trade within the East Africa community. By then, it was found that time had reduced by 76%. That is from 2 to 3 weeks to around 3 days. And for pedestrians, it was taking around 3 hours to cross the border. And therefore, we found that there was need for us to be able to track whether indeed all the 16 one-stop border posts we have supported in construction within the community are really serving the intended purpose. And the best way to do this was to develop a digital tool where we can collect data, have that data analyzed, and have the reports shared in the dashboard. With that, we will be able to intervene and know where there are shortcomings, both the soft and the hard infrastructure, and therefore also help the policymakers to make the appropriate interventions to ensure that there is seamless movement of goods and persons across the one-stop border post. And therefore, that's the tool which is being unveiled today. And thereafter, we will sensitize the private sector who are the key users of this tool so that appropriate data can be collected and analyzed. And with that, together with the EAC Secretariat, I think we'll be playing a critical role in ensuring that movement of goods and services within our borders are seamless. We hope with the AUC here and the AfCFTA Secretariat, such initiatives could be replicated within the continent. And given that now, Trademark East Africa, which has transformed to Trademark Africa, is covering the entire continent and is a key technical partner to the AfCFTA implementation. With that, because I know you have been sitting for long, allow me to stop there and urge you to really utilize that tool to report what you experience when you are crossing our borders, so that the information you give through that tool can be utilized for making appropriate policies to improve efficiency of the one-stop border post. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Trademark Africa. You can imagine they've gone to the continent, but they left us with very interesting projects. So actually, the tool has been in place. What we have done is to automate the tool for purposes of accessibility for everyone, wherever you are. You don't need to manually fill in any kind of query that you may require. So today, we are launching the automated tool, the digitalized tool, so that we can move with the world. You know, we are in a digital era, so we don't want to remain behind. So I take the opportunity to invite my Deputy Secretary General, Madam Annette, to come and take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flavia. I won't stand in the way of lunch, so I'll try to be very quick. I would like to thank the partners, Trademark Africa, as well as all the technical teams at the EAC Secretariat that have been a part of this initiative, moving this tool from an analog tool to a digital tool. I think join me in applauding them and thanking them very much for the work that they have done. The tool comes at an appropriate time when the region is leaping forward. I won't overemphasize the importance of one-stop border posts and the impact that they have already manifested in terms of the ease of doing business and crossing borders. So the tool will now help us measure results better in a timely manner, and it will allow us to be more accountable. Coming back to you to share the results, to explain what we will do about the issues that you will raise, and to also collect credible evidence that we will use for continuous improvement. We pledge to continue working closely with all the development partners and to also to continue to evaluate to ensure that OSBPs are efficient and effective in terms of contributing to trade development in the region. Thank you very much, and we hope we'll hear from you regarding its use. Thank you.
Okay, to give it traction, I will request our dignitaries to go down so that we will just play a small video, and then our expert will just guide the officials to launch. Thank you very much.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
monitor and make sure it works well.
You take the credit.
Yes, of
You
course.
came at the right time.
Yes. All right, so we applaud to the fireworks. We thank the teams that have been behind this effort. And I hope that we can all have a really nice lunch and come back in the room re-energized and with a happy mood. Thank you very much.
We are coming back at 3:30. Lunch will be served at ground floor, please. We are going to the ground floor now. It's called Tintin. Tintin Restaurant. Tintin, please. Lunch will be served at Tintin ground floor. Let's be back by 3 p.m.
Where you sit.
Ten, 9, 8.
The lady behind her. The lady behind those two ladies. How are you?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move to our next plenary session, which is Finance Panel. The title of this session is Enhancing Access to Finance in Africa, Exploring Financial Innovations that Reshape Economic Growth. May I call upon Professor 𝗭𝗪𝗧 𝗔𝗙𝗥𝗜𝗖𝗔𝗡, who is the Executive Director of Investment Watch. Professor 𝗭𝗪𝗧 𝗔𝗙𝗥𝗜𝗖𝗔𝗡 is our moderator. Can we have Band Lekmia? Miss Brenda is here. Okay, Miss Brenda from GIZ. Do we have Mr. George Owor? Yeah, please, welcome. And Miss Vivienne Yeda. Okay, we're now going to start with our session. Professor 𝗭𝗪𝗧, you have the floor.
Thanks for giving me the floor to moderate this panel on access to finance. So as we know from our previous discussions, we already articulated issues with respect to accessing financing in order to enhance the common market agenda in Africa. So I would like to emphasize the fact that our discussion will be focused on innovative financing instruments. We are not going to be focused on discussing issues about collateral for commercial capital and things like that. We want innovative financing instruments that can accelerate the integration of SMEs into what you call the continental value chain. And for this to happen, capital is crucial. As we know, if you look at the financial architecture for the continent for the moment, it has been designed to service big corporations. It has been designed to service the government entities, but the SMEs, who constitute more than 70% of the financial ecosystem, are not properly integrated. So our discussion is going to be focused about what are the various innovative financing instruments we're going to integrate into the common market agenda in order to accelerate trade and investment in Africa to benefit SMEs. So I would start by imploring the major speakers who are here to not to think as usual, but to think out of the box, and not to think of doing business as usual, but to think of how do we effectively accompany our SMEs to fit into the investment and trade agenda of our continental common market agenda. So I will start by inviting Dr. Ms. Anataria Uwamirea, Director of Export Capabilities, Trademark Africa. I would invite you to take the floor for 7 minutes and tell us how do we effectively develop a financing agenda for our SMEs in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Charles, and good afternoon all. I hope you are wide awake and ready for this session. I'll just start off by beginning with some of the work that Trademark Africa has been doing over the last couple of years. I think the session before lunch, you saw a lot of what we do from a trade facilitation perspective. When it comes to working directly with the private sector, we have a mix of programming that is targeted towards addressing the needs of the different beneficiaries. So we work along support to apex institutions like KEPSA, like CAM, like the East African Business Council, to enable them to effectively represent the private sector. And then we work hand in hand with export-ready firms. In some cases, those that are just starting off, and others that are well integrated into the ecosystem. With that, we provide technical support, and in some cases, facilitate access to finance. And then we have targeted programs around inclusion, so greater inclusion of women in trade. And over the next couple of years, we are also widening that scope to cover youth and people with disability. So from experience, I think the biggest challenges on access to finance when it comes to working with SMEs is from both a supply perspective, but also the demand perspective. The supply perspective here being those financial service providers that exist within the ecosystem. As my colleague has mentioned, a lot of the infrastructure that is our financial sector was geared towards the big players. So we find that that hasn't changed, and for us to make a big difference when it comes to access to finance for SMEs, our infrastructure for the financial sector has to change. Looking at how do we incorporate and take up new innovations, especially those that are related to digital systems. The second area is how do we ensure that SMEs are getting the right business support? So we have BDS services that have traditionally been rolled out, especially with support from development partners. How do we make them commercial-centric? How do we make them in a way that it goes beyond just technical assistance, but also just positioning small businesses for them to be more marketable and competitive within the sector? So that means looking at it holistically. It's not just about upskilling, it's about upskilling with the relevant tools, the relevant skills, the relevant innovations for them to grow and build in such a space that then they're able to be competitive. And then we, of course, have the issues around high cost of finance. That's either from a risk perspective or just the type of lending that is available in the market. When we say access to finance and we speak to a lot of the small businesses, what they actually need is trade finance. Trade finance that is not capped on collateral, but you're able to assess the performance of that business and judge the credit worthiness from that. So do we have the right tools? Do we have the right information that would enable that to happen? When you come to the demand side, which is the side of the SMEs, I think we all are fully aware of some of the capacity constraints that we see in different segments of our SMEs. So making sure that the first point is that we are segmenting businesses and ensuring that whatever we are designing as interventions or support are fit for their needs. So in most cases, you find access to finance and say financial training. It's very geared towards a generalized space where you're looking at a cross-border trader the same way you would be looking at an SME that's integrated into a well-functioning supply chain. These two are very different and therefore need different types of products, different types of support. The second thing is access to information. So Trademark Africa conducted a study just to assess trade finance opportunities post-recovery, post-COVID. And you would speak to the financial service providers, the development partners, and they're all saying, yes, we've deployed a tool to support SMEs, but the uptake is very low. And then you get down to the beneficiaries, who are the traders, the private sector, and they're telling you, we don't know where to access, where the finance is, So there is a disconnect between the supply and demand side and how information is shared. So if we are able to enhance access to finance for SMEs, then we have to find mechanisms.
The fact that there is it's cumbersome, there is huge bureaucracy around it, and it makes it pretty difficult, and that digital technologies can, facilitate this kind of difficulties where people have to submit a series of documents in order to access credit. And then one of the issues I would like to talk about before giving the other panelists to talk is the issue of credit rating for SMEs, which most commercial banks do. In fact, most SMEs may not be credit worthy, you know. And if they are not credit worthy, the best way to accompany them, is it not proper to use performance-based instruments which can easily permit the actors monitoring their activities to go on the ground and evaluate what they are doing, and on that basis they can make a decision. Another aspect are state guarantee funds. There are two types of guarantee funds. You have state-driven guarantee funds, and you have what you call private sector-driven guarantee funds. Are there no possibility of creating specific guarantee funds for specific sectors, as it is done in the European Union, in order to accompany those who are performing well within their small scope of activities they do? So everything being equal, I would invite the other speakers to take the floor and to, you know, propose something that will change the current financial landscape into something much more inclusive. I will be inviting the Program Director for Sustainable Economic Development and Employment and Digitalization for GIC Kenya, Madam 𝗭𝟰🰧 to talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in the morning we heard a lot about female panelists representing the male counterparts. So I'm here. My name is Brenda Nyambura, representing Mr. 𝗭𝟰🰧𝗧𝗛, who is the director at GIZ Kenya. I work as a technical advisor for the GIZ trade program, implementing various activities around trade. So picking up from the other panelists, Ms. Antaria, I think GIZ and Trademark Africa work around the same areas, meaning we are implementing agencies, so donor communities that support different countries in implementing their programs. With this being said, GIZ, as a representative of the German government, is cognizant of the fact that various activities and initiatives have to be implemented in order to allow for greater participation of not only SMEs, but when we talk about SMEs, we see the importance of looking at the women participants within the SME category. So women and youth then make up a large percentage of SMEs, and their contribution to economic development within our various countries in Africa is quite significant. I think it's above 50%. And looking at this, then GIZ has a few programs around the continent, and I can speak briefly about this before I go into the various proposals that we would have for financial inclusivity. One of the programs that we have for Kenya specifically is the Employment for Promotion for Women for the Green Transformation for Africa. So this is a program that we run in Kenya, supporting women to take part and be part of the conversation, especially the policy conversation that's really critical in transforming the green initiative and ensuring that these participants are capable to be part of the conversation, but not just from a theoretical perspective, but also in implementation. So we work with women and have partnered with various banks to ensure that we are supporting the women access finance. But the access to finance is also time-based, meaning it's only for a few number of years. And for this, then we will come into what then can development partners do much more to ensure that countries and the participants within these countries, various countries, the women participants, have a more sustainable access to finance. So it's not time-based. So when a donor steps away, what then happens to these SMEs? So that's a critical question that we need to keep in mind and see how best to handle this. Another program that we conduct here in Kenya is the AfCFTA support program for Kenya, which is one that supports not just the private sector, not just the government, meaning the ministries of trade that are responsible for negotiations of the AfCFTA, but also the private sector in tapping into the opportunities that are presented by the AfCFTA. We've heard today a lot about the opportunities that are presented, but we need to go beyond looking at the opportunities on paper to, and I think the essence of this meeting today, to tapping into those opportunities. We need to move away from talking to doing. And this is, I believe, the right forum for this conversation. And we cannot then leave anyone behind, as has been said. So women, SMEs have to be part of this conversation. So beyond the big boys, so to speak, the SMEs also play a critical role and have to be made as part of this conversation as much as possible. One other program that we support is the e-commerce, Pan-African e-commerce initiative. And this is one that looks at expanding and encouraging women to gain skills to allow them to participate better in digital trade. And digital trade goes beyond the trade of goods across either of our digital platforms to them providing services that are within the services categories that allow them to also be part of the trade conversation. Most times we have found that from a trade perspective, that women are only looked at when you think about certain sectors of the economy. So you find when you're talking about education, when you're talking about health, that's when women come up as a category of women. But when you talk about, and I talk about women a lot because they make part of, a large part of the SMEs category. And for certain key sectors that are critical in the conversations when negotiators are negotiating, then they don't categorize women as a key category or SMEs as a key category. And therefore the need for data becomes really critical, so that collecting data and going beyond collecting data to utilizing data to make policy changes becomes a key recommendation, so that the policy measures that we implement then become backed by data and not just arbitrary. I will go, for the interest of time, I will go into then what are some of the strategies that we would propose, or that I see from my perspective as those that would make sense from a financial inclusion perspective. And one of them, and already has been said, is we talk a lot about innovative solutions, and there are so many that we can give examples of. So all of these innovative solutions sometimes are not catered to the SMEs that are on the ground. So they look and they sound as impressive as can be, but on the ground then they become really difficult to implement. So one important recommendation would be, or a proposal would be, having innovative solutions that speak to the target group on the ground. This means that the SMEs in Eastern Africa, for instance, would need a special or specialized innovative solution, financial innovative solution, as compared to maybe SMEs in the Southern African part of the continent. So this kind of approach would make a lot more sense, and it would reflect then the differences between our various SMEs. The most basic of this becomes just the definition of what and who an SME is. Earlier today we had someone ask a question or mention that some SMEs have been SMEs since the 1970s. So a solution for that SME then becomes quite different from one that is an SME that began 4 or 5 years ago. A second proposal would be ensuring that inclusivity requires a lot more than just talking about policy change, but it requires specific
and focused attention to regulatory reforms. And we talk a lot about regulatory reforms and the key role that policymakers make in this conversation. However, we need to move away from just making the policy reforms, and adopting the policy reforms, but go beyond this to implementation, and beyond implementation to enforcement. I'm sure in our various countries we have measures that ensure that, for instance, access to procurement opportunities are accessible to SMEs or to vulnerable groups, women and youth. But then what's the level of implementation? Beyond implementation, what's the level of enforcement? So such questions really need to come to fore. The third proposal would be allocating budgetary resources for training, skills development, entrepreneurship development as well. And this is a way where development partners then have more capacity to assist or to support, because then they would come in and collaborate with government institutions and the private sector as well to ensure that we have more reach for the SMEs and the various categories of SMEs therein. I mentioned data as key, so I'll repeat again that data is really important. And if we all adopt data as a guide to our policy reforms, or not just as a policy reform or that supports policy reforms, but also even from the private sector, that the initiatives within financial inclusion that are proposed are backed by data. So over to you, moderator, and thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I will quickly, sorry for the technical hitch. I will quickly do a resume of what she said. What she said is that fundamentally, GIZ Kenya has 3 flagship programs they have been doing with, women, SMEs, the Kenyan government, and including even people with disability. But what she said, in as much as these things are being implemented, we need to develop mechanisms to do monitoring and evaluation about the efficacy of this. And she went as far as saying that we need to properly develop innovative tools that are much more responsive towards the needs of the SMEs, Now, I would like to prior to getting back to our next speaker, I would like to emphasize the fact that the African Union Quality and Sustainable Investment Strategy has a particular action on SMEs. It's all about ensuring that SMEs are properly accompanied to play the role of subcontractors within major investment programs in Africa, be it FDIs, be it Africa to Africa investment, or be it big corporations doing domestic investments. And for this to happen, these SMEs, that's what we call in the African Quality and Sustainable Investment Strategy, that's what we call the investment readiness of the SMEs. And this access to financing is very critical. That's the reason why I would come back. Most or several African Union member states have made significant inroads towards building an enabling environment. Some have even gone as creating guarantee funds for youths. Some have created guarantee funds for women. And in some African countries like Ghana, they have even privately engineered guarantee funds for SMEs. So Ghana is doing well. But the million-dollar question is, how inclusive are these processes? Are these just political instruments which are used to instrumentalize the youths to service politicians, or are they properly accompanying the youths who are doing things properly? So these are some of the questions that we need to address, and that is the reason why I will throw it back to the speakers and to the floor. How do we build a performance-based assessment tool that will enable, be it the government or financial institutions, to objectively accompany SMEs without bias? Local farmers producing in terms of hectares, how are they accompanied? Youths who are talented, be it in the service sector, the cinematography industry, music, and all whatnot, how can we effectively create mechanisms that they are accompanied to be part of this common market agenda? So I will be inviting Mr. George Owu, Director of Public Policy, Sub-Saharan Africa for MasterCard. And as you know, MasterCard, I don't want to make a statement that will not be diplomatically correct, but you know, is a major online wallet system, payment system, and it's very critical that MasterCard is here. But another question I will be throwing to him: how do we get these small digital banking initiatives to be part of a continental agenda that can effectively facilitate trade between SMEs, you know, in terms of sharing ideas, financing, movement of financial services and goods across the continent? Thank you.
You know, moderator, I feel as if you were reading my notes, because that's exactly one of the things I want to talk about. Firstly, I must apologize, because in university, I was a student leader in politics. So when you said we completely forget everything about the current structure, the activist in me came out. But unfortunately, I have to pretend to be corporate today. So you'll hear a little bit of activism in what I'm saying. And before I just go into what I wanted to talk about, Anataria, my sister, she used to actually be one of my seniors at Trademark East Africa. So when I agree with her, please just understand that all I'm trying to do is get a good review, because I still think that I'm back there. Anataria said the infrastructure has to change. And there are three components to this. Number one, the infrastructure, the tech part of it has to change, which is how exactly do we move money? How do we pay money? That needs to change, because is it working for us? Number two is the attitude needs to change. So as much as we do talk about big corporations, we talk about government, we have to talk about us as consumers, right? Because all of these solutions, as Brenda said, could be fantastic, but we, at the end of the day, if we want to put them underneath our mattress, our money underneath our mattress, there's no amount of tech that's going to stop you taking your money from your wallet and putting it under your mattress. The third thing is the policies. And that's what I'm focusing on today, in terms of how can we be working across Africa with central banks to figure out how can we expand this access to finance? How can we stop talking about it on a high level of what people say are SMEs, but really they're sometimes large corporates, and take it down to the people who need it, to the farmer? 3 points. And it's very simple for me. All solutions must be on the table and must be considered. Secondly, all players have to be on the table. And thirdly, the regulators must share a table together to talk about it. Briefly, let me go into each of them. Number one, in terms of all solutions being on the table, I think I would be singing a chorus that we all know about the digital uptake of financial services, especially after COVID. We understand that digital payments, digital tools have helped us expand access to credit in ways that we never thought was possible. And I understand from a policy-making point of view why regulators would be scared of some tech, why they would be concerned. I think a great example here is cryptocurrency. It's, we understand, and just last week, I was having a discussion with one of the central bank officials who's of a country that's in this room. And I asked, generally let's talk about what really is one of the concerns about the use of cryptocurrency. Because I was saying that if we don't think about it holistically, what is happening is all this new tech is being used to avoid the problems of the current system. And the answer was very simple. They said they were worried about inflation and the potential effect that something like cryptocurrency could have. So are there genuine concerns about some tech? Yes. However, we can't actually make blanket rules saying, we don't want this, we don't like that. It's because we need to actually be able to sit down with all the players on the table and discuss a holistic way on each of these new things. Or not all tech all the time will be received well. The fact that tech moves you from one place to another, there is inertia in all of us. So there's always going to be some sort of pushback. But if you see countries like Ghana, where the Bank of Ghana has taken a very, very keen view of bringing the whole entire ecosystem to have discussions such as these. Secondly, all players must be on the table. I think we can all agree that 20 years, when we talked about financial services, we'd only talk about banks. So there's no need to have anybody else in the room. You have the bankers, they're in their suits, that's it. You need nobody else. But today, is that the case? Today, it seems that you need telcos in the room. You need cybersecurity officials in the room. And the fact of the advent of mobile money is, the fact of the matter is, in low and middle income countries, in just 2021, there was 2 million worth of transactions per minute for mobile money. So we can't only have banks in the room, we need everyone on the table. The third and final point I want to make, regulators, governments must be on the table together. And I know this is the point of regional integration. This is why we have such a strong EAC. However, when it comes to emerging tech trends, we don't always have to be on the table with the view of quote unquote regulating in the strict sense of the word. We could actually be on the table for opportunity and what it actually potentially brings. Because just as you said, moderator, we need to start discussing how are we making payments flow through the continent in a timely, cost-efficient, and secure manner. But we need to have consistent policies. We need to all be on the same page as to what that actually looks like. And then finally, if I can just say one more thing about what Brenda said about real-life solutions on the ground. The quick 10-second view is that is exactly what we're talking about. I'm glad you brought that up because you can't talk about digital payments without realizing that in Africa, we have a connectivity issue. So if you are talking about tech, you're talking about development, and you're not talking about offline solutions, then you have already excluded a large segment of the people you're trying to target.
Well, thank you so much. I will briefly talk about something you said which is very, very, very relevant. Cryptocurrencies are what we call decentralized financial systems, where the power belongs to the people. But the truth about it is that we have more than 4,000 cryptocurrencies, but the popular ones like Bitcoins are making the traction online, but there are many others. What I would like to emphasize is that regulation is the issue. Few countries, even the United States of America, that is the most liberalized economy, is not having a proper regulatory law on cryptocurrency. So the real issue is that cryptocurrencies have the properties of a legal tender of money, but if it's not regulated, crooks gonna come on board. And financing people without using traditional methods or without using performance-based methods, what's going to happen is that money is given to crooks. So we shall be looking about regulatory issues with respect to this. Most countries do not know how to build the regulations because it's technology. So it's an important point you raise. Another issue is the central bank digital currency. That could be the most facilitated method to send money to SMEs. Nigeria tried the central bank digital currency as the first African country. It crashed. It didn't crash because it failed. It crashed because the concept was not properly integrated. It was done like making Nigeria to become a digital currency hub, instead of effectively building a mechanism where mobile money and digital central bank digital currency platforms could be linked. In the case where you want to stimulate the economy, like what happened in the US during the COVID, you saw most SMEs in the US were granted what you call risk-free credit, and they were given without any collateral, the SMEs in the US. And this went on for 3 years, you know. So these are practices that we could effectively integrate. But last but not the least is this issue of why should we be having, for example, MTN, which is a Pan-African corporation, a mobile money corporation present in more than 16 African countries, and we are still on roaming systems. Why can't the African Union not create a policy agenda where our own mobile operators should operate without, on borderless or seamless basis, you know? And this could enable money transfer easily because MTN, like Safaricom and others, are doing this kind of monetary transfer, but it's not borderless, it's not seamless. So these are very important points that you made. And then another issue is the governance architecture, which you talked about. If we don't bring everyone on board, because when you look at the roles of what you call central banks, today we have what you call sovereign wealth funds, which are existing in many African countries. The sovereign wealth funds are having more than 320 billion US dollars, but most of them are not effectively using it to transform the economic agenda of the continent. So it's not just a central bank issue. I think the financial ecosystem has to be transformed in a way that it can benefit the majority players, which are the SMEs. And that is the reason why we are having this discussion. So I will open the discussions for feedback, either contributions or questions from the delegates, and then we have basically 20 minutes to wrap up this. So if we can go quickly, that would be great. I will start from my left. Is there a question or contributions from the left? Is there anyone at the middle? Yes, sir? Yes. Please, someone should give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Chairman of Session, Moderator. My name is𝗭𝟑𝗧𝗛𝗛 𝗨𝗡𝗜𝗢𝗡. I represent the All Africa Association for Small and Medium Enterprises, ASME. I want to make my intervention in this manner. The subject is very apt, and the contributions by the panelists too, I think they've made very germane contributions and given insights. Innovative finance solution today is very, very necessary for the SMEs to grow. And the SMEs we are talking about particularly now should be the innovative-driven enterprises, IDEs. And in doing this, I agree with my brother who had said that we should have all solutions must be on the table, all critical stakeholders must be on the table, regulatory government institutions must be on the table. Now, what he's suggesting is technically a PPD, so which is public-private sector to engage to be able to share ideas over SME financing. Now, our organization for the last 4 years has been advocating for what we call an Afrocentric model of finance. The SMEs we're talking about today, the financial templates that are available are largely colonial, and they are not fit for purpose. And that's why African SMEs are not able to draw down from, they don't have good access to draw down from those finances. Now, again, you will agree with me that the African SMEs hardly meet that criteria to draw down. So I don't want to deepen the conversation to that direction per se, but the aspect that is very important for all of us here is the fact that we have solutions that are digital. Are we thinking about having, for instance, an Afro bank, which is a digital SME bank that can provide alternative access to finance? Because what we're talking about is creating an alternative recipe. And thankfully, the African Union has been able to hold hands with us towards the vision of having alternative finance templates for SMEs. But it is not enough. We must have stakeholders like those on the panel to be able to bring about what one of the panelists said, which is all solutions must be on the table. You must hear from us, and we must hear from you. We are looking for a hybrid model of finance, not blended finance, a hybrid model, so you can understand the SMEs in Africa, the Afrocentric model, the peculiar nature of SMEs in Africa because of how they are wired. Africa is not Europe. Africa is not the West. African SMEs, Africans are communal people, they are peculiar people. They have, the way they are wired is different. So thankfully, like I said, the AU is holding hands towards that, but this conversation must be broad enough because we're looking for a hybrid model. Critical stakeholders on the table, yes, that's what we're also talking about, and having regulatory and government institutions to also sit down on the table so that we can all co-own the model we're going to come out with. So maybe it might suffice to mention that the AU is having the second annual SME forum, and that forum has a segment that will cater for some of these things we're talking about. And so all of us should be at that kind of engagement, because we're looking for solutions for the SMEs. And if the SMEs thrive, it means Africa will also thrive, but before I round up, let me just mention here that the digital solutions we're talking about over tech and the challenges arises because we do not have a defined approach for SMEs. Like I ask you now, what is the definition for SMEs in Africa? What you hear in Kenya may be different from Nigeria or Ghana, or what you hear with the REX in East Africa is different from what you hear in ECOWAS. So we must be able to have a universal definition, and this, I'm bringing this to the table because I think all of us should begin to reason in that direction, and so it's easier for us to give the solutions we want. And if you do not have a universal definition, how can you plan particularly for the SMEs? So ladies and gentlemen, I would not want to bore you, but from our own point of view, we are working with different institutions that are willing to work with us over some of these positions, and I want to thank all the panelists for their inputs. Data for SMEs is very important, and we will not share with them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for your inputs and the question. We are going to get another question, and from this way, please.
Hello, I'm Derek. My emphasis is on we need to address about agricultural and center of culture to put our efficient on management of working capital. That is my idea.
You said working capital?
I'm Derek, and my need or my address is on, we need to put our own agricultural, and then we put on center of culture, because center of culture can affect the financial number. Another one, if we put an efficiency on working capital. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. It's noted. Yes, behind, please.
Wow, my name's 𝗭𝟰𝗧𝗛𝗛𝗧𝗛𝗡. I'm here representing Mamo Governing Council of Kenya and an NGO called Community Facilitation Empowerment and Development Initiative. Few observations as I appreciate the presenters of this afternoon session is that when we talk about cryptocurrency and other types of currencies of such nature, we are having a very different perspective and different negative implications subject to what has been happening on such new type of currencies. So to me, I believe on those framework on the regulators on how to tap it, they should tap on an individual basis of a country's mechanisms and even cultural habits. In our case, those habits and such like pyramids of such magnitude, people have lost a lot of money. And as we adopt to new technology, as Africa is headed to new paradigm shift on our economic liberation front, I do believe much must be done, particularly on awareness. Particularly not only on awareness, what about education levels that we are talking of? When you talk about even economic education levels, even on creating those issues and instruments of trade, local and even international. There are dangers that others have been used negatively. So on those perspectives, I do believe the forum should come up on better ways on how do we address them and the current challenges prevailing this sector. Finally, do we really have morals, even when we are going beyond those paradigm shifts? As we face our economic challenges due to climate change effects, not only climate change effects, even the COVID effects, not only COVID effects, even this issue of terrorism effects. At what level will we be able to now say that here now we are, and the dangers that are befalling us now, we need to come up with a mechanism. So I do believe on participation. I, as son of 𝗭𝟰𝗧𝗛𝗛𝗧𝗛, with a weird mindset that has never been taken care of, even those who are taking us ahead of this, with this forum of whereby we've got about 830,000 membership, for us not to have a forum now that can now create that awareness, surely is more demanding than anything else. On preparations on how we come with it, we must come up with a mechanism. And I do believe mechanisms should be sought on how best should we reach down there. Yes, we've got organizations there. Within our civil society forum, surely it's leaking. And when it is leaking, should we leap? We should find a better way of reaching out so that when you talk about our players, may we make our households in order as we continue. God bless you.
Okay, please, we are running late. We started this session late, and it's going to cut our democratic rights, our voices to speak. You know, I've just been alerted that we have to stop, but you know, everything being equal, we can't talk everything here. I think what I would be imploring the delegates to do, please, we are running late. There are other sessions. We need to if you have something to say, you can specifically address it maybe to me or to Bro Islam, and we will note it at the end of the 3 days of our plenary discussions here. So I would invite the different panelists to give their response to whatever was raised as per their latitude to do so. Please, Madam Anataria, you can start.
So thank you for the feedback, and I think some of the comments made are well taken. Developing products that are fit for purpose for this region, I think, is key. And the best way to do that is a lot of engagement to understand how businesses actually operate in this region. So not to say that, we'll put aside everything, but there's best practice that can still be taken up, but also coupling that with customized financial products that speak to the different demographics within the continent. I didn't get the question on agriculture and working capital quite well, but it goes back to that also, that for agriculture and the type of financing that is required, it's not just a traditional one. It's fast, quick turnaround money that producers, farmer groups, aggregators are able to take up to finance their supply chains. So how is our trade finance reflective of the nature of trade or the nature of economic or commercial businesses that currently operate in the region? There's quite a lot that's already being done on supply chain financing, working capital, cash flow lending. So we are seeing things progressively changing to support SMEs. But just to close on this, and to, in agreement with quite a bit of what the other panelists have said, it's the partnerships that are important. How do we bring different people to the table, not leaving behind the actual beneficiaries, to ensure that the products that are out there are able to benefit them? How do we ensure that financial opportunities or financing is quick, it's transparent, and cost effective? Because the high cost of finance is significantly hampering our competitiveness as a region. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. I will invite the next speaker to my right.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for all your comments and questions. So I will agree with the speaker that said, indeed, we do not have an agreed on definition on SMEs. And maybe this can be something that can be taken up as an initiative. How then can we define SMEs in a way that's agreeable across, the African continent? And from there, then there will be ownership, because without ownership, then we are not moving as fast as we need to be moving. Secondly, we need to have opportunities that go beyond the usual SMEs. So expanding the reach, meaning more SMEs benefit, more sectors of the economy, and SMEs within these various sectors also benefit, to ensure that the conversation broadens beyond the usual conversation. The part about digital currencies, I will leave it to my panelists on the right, but thank you so much for all your contributions.
Okay, we are inviting the last speaker to...
Thank you very much. Derek, if I can just actually address my comments to you, I think what you raised was integral. The farmer is not seen. The reason why we have discussions here about high cost of finance and all of these issues in not hitting the bottom of the pyramid is because at the end of the day, all of these solutions have to be economically sustainable. Unless all of these tech companies, all of these financiers, financial institutions are able to make a profit, and sometimes we demonize the word profit, but it's true because private sector is there to make a profit. When they're actually able to see the advantage of dealing with the farmer on that level, that's when you start seeing magic. I'll give you a good example. MasterCard has a partnership that we call Community Pass that we do all around the world, and in East Africa, we have almost 5 million plus farmers on this using this particular product. It's in partnership with a couple of financial institutions across East Africa. What is the main thing that it does? It just gets the farmer to be seen as somebody who is credible, who actually you can take a risk on. And when you take a risk on them, what do you find? You find that they earn between 25 to 30% more because they have been seen by the financial institutions. So I 100% agree with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will wrap up the discussion by, highlighting the key fundamental conclusions of what we have captured today. The very first conclusion I would like to highlight is that of ensuring that we integrate digital technologies in quickly appraising the performance of SMEs in order to grant them credits. Ghana is doing much in terms of this. There are young entrepreneurs in Ghana granting credits to SMEs using digital technologies. I think Zambia too is doing pretty well. The second conclusive aspect is that we didn't talk about, but I'm recommending strongly, is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding makes a lot of sense because it's not a loan. It's an appeal that goes to the public to buy equity within the project. One equity could be $20, and I'm sure young SMEs that want to grow can use crowdfunding mechanisms to raise millions of dollars. And there are tools online to do that. There are tools online to do crowdfunding. So if it's a technical capacity building issue, I will implore the SMEs platform, like the Africa SMEs platform, to develop an agenda to accompany SMEs to pull additional capital through crowdfunding, which is not a loan, it's equity capital. But you need to prove a performance-based capacity in order to be attractive. The third aspect we didn't talk about is venture capitalist funds. We all know for venture capitalist funds, Africa and others that exist. We have not talked about it here, but some of the SMEs can exploit the existing venture capitalist opportunities to pull additional equity into their business without necessarily going for commercial loans. Last but not the least is that of integrating central bank digital currencies into financing vulnerable entities. The American model, we've seen it working. So we think we need a paradigm shift towards integrating technologies, not just doing Bitcoins for commercial private reasons, but the central bank can develop mechanisms where they can assist SMEs without necessarily using bureaucracy. They can use, at the click of a button, they send some little money to SMEs to stimulate the economy. Once more, thank you for giving me your time.
Professor 𝗧𝗛 and his team, let's give them another round of applause, please. We're now going to move to our last session for today's event, and this is session 4, which is transforming business models in the global garment industry, the role of clothing, textile, and leather value chains in Africa. I would like to call upon the following to come to the podium: Ms. Antoinette Tesha, Mr. Jazz Bedi, Managing Director, Bedi Industries Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, Ms. Paulina Mbala Elago, former Executive Secretary, Southern African Customs Union, an independent trade and development advisor. We have Ms. Nadia Karimu Epse Yusufu, the Creative Director, Nadiaka, Mr. Kandu Kabaso, the Creative Director, Nkanda Yatu, Mr. Loga Mahop, the Creative Director, Forest Spirit. Please come to the podium. Mr. Lexi, please come to the podium. Mr. Lexi will replace Ms. Nadia Karimu.
Your Excellencies, Cabinet Ministers, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Heads of Regional Trade Bodies, distinguished guests and participants, all protocol observed. So it's an absolute pleasure this afternoon, and it's a privilege to be here on this 14th African Union High-Level Private Sector Forum. My name is Antoinette Tesha. I'm the Program Director for the Textile and Apparel Program at Gatsby Africa. Gatsby is a privately funded for-impact organization. We are working in East Africa to advance strategic industries that have high potential to contribute, creating jobs and incomes, and to drive competitiveness within the region. So at the moment, we have six sectors of focus, being aquaculture, commercial forestry, water, livestock, and the one I represent today, which is textile and apparel. So I have the privilege this afternoon to moderate a panel on what I think is one of the most emotive, nostalgic, exciting, but then also high potential sectors for the continent. This industry is global, it's vast in size, and has the potential for creating millions of jobs on the continent and to spearhead manufacturing and assembly. As highlighted by our previous panels, the world is changing, and there's an opportunity for Africa to step back and take a new approach as it claims its rightful place in the global manufacturing value chain. Advancements in technology, global trading dynamics, and the advent of the ESG sustainability agenda have created a window of opportunity for the African continent to build this industry on a moral narrative and a platform, learning lessons from other regions and adopting international best practice. As a program, we truly believe that Africa can leverage the current geo-economical and political situation, as well as the knowledge and experience of others to leapfrog the development of an industry that is best in class, future-proof, and sustainable. So the continent can advance manufacturing and take advantage of its own unique character, growing wealth, youth expression, and bring the African culture and art to the global platform. I hope that over the next 60, 80 minutes or so, my fellow panelists and I will be able to shed light and sow seeds of thought on what will translate into the action and support that the industry needs to grow. So to begin with, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce your keynote speaker. This is a man who needs very little introduction when it comes to the subject of textiles and garments. Mr. 💨💧 𝗪𝗧 has had an illustrious and long-term career in this sector, spanning around 40 years. Not only is he an industrialist, he's one of the brave people who have taken the first step in being an investor in this sector. Through his companies, Bed Investments and Fine Spinners, he's responsible for over 7,000 jobs across East Africa. He has served as the president of the International Textile Manufacturing Federation and also was the chairman of the African Cotton and Textile Industries Federation. As a true industry lobbyist and champion of effective policy, he has also served on the board of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, both as a chairman and a director, and on the board of various public entities. Well, that's a bit of a spanner in the works. I thought he was going to join us, and I'm really sorry he can't this afternoon, as he is one of the most exciting speakers. But having said that, it's okay. I think we can still continue with our illustrious panel. We have a lot of questions to go through today, and I hope that we'll actually be able to finish early to give space for our fellow colleagues to come next. So I should actually just sit down and move on in my panel. Thank you. All right, so today I have with me 4 very interesting people. I don't want to introduce them. I think they can do a better job of that themselves. But I also do want to bring to their attention that this is an AU meeting, and under AU we speak 4 different languages. One of our panelists is a French speaker and will participate in French. I think you have these instruments in front, which you can use for translation, but trying to be inclusive. Great. So to start, allow me to bring Madame Paulina Mbala-Elago. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and your exposure to the textile and apparel industry.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and a very good afternoon to the delegates and participants to this very important forum. I also want to thank the AUC and the East African Community Secretariat for inviting me as a panelist to contribute to this important discussion. My name, as it was said, is Paulina Mbala-Elago. I am the former Executive Secretary of the Southern African Customs Union, one of the economic communities and the oldest customs union in the world. I was in that role until last year, October, when I finished my second and final term. I am now coming out of sabbatical and serving as an independent trade and economic development advisor and consultant. I've been asked to share my experience from the SACU perspective of the textile and clothing and leather sector, and how specifically the region has positioned itself in the development of regional value chains. And I want to just start by saying that, of course, I'm speaking here in my own personal capacity and as a former executive secretary, and so the views would not be attributed to SACU per se. Now, having said that, I must also just say that the textile and clothing industry, of which I'm not an expert, but clearly having worked in the sector from a policy perspective, is an important one for the Southern African Customs Union members. But also, a key issue is really that with the conclusion of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the region saw it fit and important to really position itself towards the implementation and to take advantage of the Continental Free Trade Area, and has identified a number of sectors which it felt critical to look at in terms of the development of regional value chains, textile and clothing being one of them, as well as leather and leather products and other sectors, including pharmaceuticals, fruits and vegetables, meat and meat products. But for purposes of this discussion, I want to focus on textile and clothing and leather and what the region had really done in terms of looking at development of regional value chains. The one important undertaking that was considered and at least planned was to convene sectoral roundtables, and those were intended to bring together key players, policy makers,
producers and manufacturers in those sectors, both leather and leather products, and as well as textiles and clothing, and really to look at what are the key impediments to the development of the sector, and also what are those key policy interventions that are required. And the reason for doing that, and that is something that had not been done before, mind you, that the region felt it needed to do to bring together all these key players to the table. And that was really to develop a shared perspective in enhancing the continental and regional competitiveness of in those sectors, and also to achieve a sustainable industrial growth through, of course, the development of regional value chains. Another key issue was also the integration of small-scale farmers, especially also SMMEs, and more specifically women and youth, in the development of these value chains, both textiles and clothing, as well as leather, and really looking ultimately at enhancing the competitiveness in the textile and clothing and leather products value chains, and in so doing also then really leveraging on the public-private sector collaboration to ensure that, again, that shared perspective is shared in terms of the direction and the interventions required from a policy perspective. I must hasten to say, though, in doing so, a number of challenges, part of which were also addressed in the first sessions, were highlighted from the perspective of the industries, among others. And really, at the end of the day, when one looks at how the region should position itself, is really to come up with a common strategy that look at both the textile and clothing sector, as well as the leather and leather products, because even though in the SACU region, pretty much the region is advanced in terms of the entire value chain when it comes to textiles and clothing. The spectrum, or it's limited in terms of what it produces. And so there's still limited capacities, but also you look at what it produces. For example, when you look at mohair and wool, mohair specifically, South Africa produces about 54% of the global production of mohair. But of that, only a small portion is added, its value is added locally. So it says something again about the need for us to focus on value addition and ensuring that really the rest of the continent, because when we look at what we import and what we import more than what we export, but also from what we consume. Again, going back to the conversation that took place earlier this morning, to think Africa to produce African wholly manufactured products. I believe we need to also, from the perspective of textiles and clothing, be deliberate in terms of sourcing, because the inputs are not sourced locally. They are sourced from outside China, Europe, and elsewhere. Even within the context of SACU, for example, when you look at where the fabric is sourced mostly from China, the US, and then what is exported, at least part of it is exported to the region as well. But the scale of that is limited. And so we really need to look at a continental strategy that allows us to, one, understand what is obtainable on the continent, but also what can be sourced within the continent. But when we do that, be very deliberate in terms of ensuring that we want to source locally. But when local, meaning continental, we are sourcing at the continental level, we also need to make sure that we are able to sustainably supply the outputs that are required to ensure that competitiveness of the industry at the end of the day. So, Madam Chair, let me stop here, and I'll be happy to respond to specific questions. But to say, really, at the end of the day, the experience from a SACCO perspective has highlighted that a regional or continental strategy is required. And again, a point that was highlighted in previous panels, the need to bring all the key players around the table is also very important for that conversation to take place, to identify what are the key challenges, what are the required intervention from both a policy perspective, but also from the private sector side, for us to then look at a more integrated strategy that seeks to promote the development of the textile and clothing as well as the leather industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mbalelago. We have Mr. Bedi online waiting to speak. So would you allow me to let him do his keynote and then we return to the panel? Okay. So Jazz, you're most welcome. I gave you a bit of a standing ovation before you joined, so I hope I don't need to introduce you again. But absolute pleasure to have you with us this afternoon. Thank you for joining. You have the floor.
Internet, and my apologies for not being in person and in physically present in KICC, but I'm very excited that today's panel about transforming business models in the global garment industry is a subject of discussion. It's session 4, plenary session textile panel on this high-level private sector forum. But I just want to put a little bit of a perspective that we are talking about an industry that can actually employ a lot of people. This is the industry that transformed the UK in 1900. It very quickly moved into Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, China, India, Bangladesh, Vietnam. So it's an industry where there is no doubt that if you want to transform your manufacturing, you have to start with a basic industry and a basic textile industry that does not require that very high skill. It does create a lot of jobs, being labor intensive, but it also industrializes a country, and there is no country in the world that has not industrialized, not using this as a platform and not using the textile industry as a springboard. So I think for Africa also, it shouldn't be and it will not be any different. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. What has been happening is very important, that we do embrace this sector and we start looking at this whole value chain slightly differently. We know the global textile and clothing industry is undergoing a massive restructuring right now as we speak. We've noticed that there is a strained relationship between the factory of the world, which is China, and the market of the world, which is the US. We are seeing international buyers looking at diversifying supply chains, and we are seeing that the ecosystem needs to improve its competitiveness, the African ecosystem, to attract the foreign direct investment, which is actually chasing to be housed outside Asia and outside China. Obviously, Africa's cotton textile value chain is very highly fragmented, but it's an area that if we can coordinate, it'll be a serious opportunity for Africa, the continent, and beyond. And I'll give you some statistics to back this up. The current consumption of all textiles in the US is 39 kilos per capita consumption. That means that every American buys about 39 kilos of all textiles in his wardrobe annually, and that is the size of the pie in terms of how much does Americans consume. The second highest in the world is Europe. They consume 25 kilos per capita consumption. That means Europeans buy 25 kilos every year in their wardrobe. Lower than the US, but that is because they are just a little bit more sensitive to waste and wasteful activities. And then if you look at the new two big boys coming onto the table is China and India. China's per capita consumption at the moment is 16 kilos, and India is at 6 kilos. And if I give you a statistic on Africa, it's actually a joke. It's only 3 kilos, out of which 2 kilos is second-hand and 1 kilo is new. So it just tells you that our consumptions are very low at this point in time. And the biggest markets today are Europe and the US combined. Europe and US combined have got a $440 billion market. India and China combined have a $220 billion market. In the next 7 years, this is going to change drastically, as both India and China, which is 40% of the world's population, is going to start consuming. The statistics we have is that China's consumption is going to go up from 16 kilos per capita consumption to 25 kilos, and India's consumption is going to grow from 16 to 15 kilos. And all of a sudden, in the next 7 years, China and India will be the world's biggest market. The market together will be $740 billion in apparel, and Europe and US will stagnate in consumption purely because of the way the sustainability agenda is growing and the way fast fashion is slowing down into slow fashion, and a lot of people are thinking about the carbon footprint. So we're actually going to start seeing a reorganization of global supply chains. It's already started. The thinking that we have is that China will be supplied by China themselves. China will be supplied by near China, which is Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and that is an ongoing exercise as we speak. And with India, it's going to be exactly the same. That's 1.4 billion Indians. When they start consuming 10 extra kilos per person, you can imagine what's going to happen there. We are going to see India supplying themselves. And of course, near India supplying India, which is Bangladesh, Nepal, and Burma, Myanmar. So we have a situation right now in Africa and a serious opportunity that Europe and US, which is also going to be quite a big market, $700 billion by then, which will also be looking for supply chain, alternative supply chain away from India and China and Asia. And that is where Africa sits pretty. Africa sits pretty with its geographical attachment to Europe, whereby it's not so difficult to actually export to Europe from Africa, and also with the African Growth and Opportunity Act, with this huge opportunity to the US, which is duty-free, quota-free for 27 African countries. We know the largest suppliers to Europe at the moment are Morocco and Tunisia. Morocco exporting over $3 billion, and Tunisia almost $2.8 billion. Egypt is also a big player into the European market, by and large because of the political issues and how the close proximity to market and the speed to market where this business is now being driven into. And then if you look at the US market, Kenya in sub-Saharan Africa is the largest exporter of apparel to the US. Last year we did $544 million, and Kenya's plan is to grow that to $1 billion and very quickly take it to $2 billion by 2025 with this huge market opportunity. Kenya's $544 million is actually only 0.5% of the US market. So I was telling my president the other day, shame on us, we should be doing a lot more, because if Bangladesh as a small country can do $42 billion, 70% of which is Europe because they're duty-free to Europe, surely we should, being duty-free to the US, have a bigger slice of pie. And that's where we are working as a country, that what do we do differently and how can we do it differently so that we can actually take a bigger slice of this pie. Our plan is to actually capture $5 billion by 2030. I don't think it's difficult to attain, largely because we have a huge supply chain in the region. And if you look at the world production of cotton is 27 million tons, and the world consumption of all fibers, it's 100 million tons. So if you look at that, out of the 27 million tons, meaning that the world, 27% of the world consumes cotton, and the rest of the fibers that the world consumes, largely polyester, which is 55%, is the rest of, because it's not enough fiber. So 55% of the world's consumption is polyester. And out of this 27 million tons, 5% of the 27 million tons is actually grown on the continent of Africa, and that is like 1.5 million tons. But this is all grown using smallholder farmers. It's all conventional cotton. It's a cotton with a different identity, and if we brand it differently, there's a huge market opportunity that we could get. So we have a situation that 70% of our cotton is being exported in its raw form and value addition done in Bangladesh, Vietnam, Indonesia, and that to me is the opportunity. We should be starting to looking at our cotton fields and looking at our raw materials and say, guys, we want to add value, because from a cotton seed to a cotton shirt, the value addition is 32 times. And that's a massive value that we should capture on the continent. And I guess it's the same with other value chains as well, like tea and coffee and cocoa. We have been primarily exporting our raw materials as opposed to be adding value. And I think the time has now come on the continent that we need to start adding value on our tea, our coffee, our cocoa, make chocolates here instead of importing, and make textiles here instead of importing. And we see this whole ecosystem changing, and we see that the opportunities on the continent are far greater. And yes, we need to start organizing ourselves so that we can capture that value locally, because we create the jobs in the cotton fields. At the same time, we create jobs in the fashion, which we're already manufacturing. And then we need to connect the dots. At the moment, Kenya's exports of $544 million, $350 million actually goes back to China. And that's because we are sourcing our fabrics out of China. And I think if we start looking at that differently and saying, let's start sourcing our fabrics out of the continent of Africa or regionally or locally, the needle starts moving, because we have a market excess in front of us. We have this huge US opportunity. We have this huge European opportunity. And I think as a sector which is very close to most African countries, they're actually looking at embracing this sector. And because if they do embrace it, they will create that much needed jobs that the continent so desperately requires. We have a young population, an average age of 19 years, which is the youngest population of the world. 1 in 4 people in 2050 is going to be African, as we heard this morning. So we're actually looking at Africa's population doubling from 1.3 billion to 2.5 billion in the next 25 years. So you can actually see that we've got this huge opportunity whereby the youth of the country and the youth of the continent are going to be our single biggest assets that the human capital the rest of the world does not have. China has an aging population, Japan has an aging population, Europe has an aging population. So to me, everywhere I see is opportunity, opportunity, and opportunity that will create jobs, jobs, and jobs. I think I want to pause over there, and then I'll listen to the session, and I'm open to any Q&A that may be required. Thank you, Antoinette.
Thank you so much, Jazz, and thank you for painting the big picture and the big opportunity picture. We'll definitely, and I know for sure there will be questions coming back to you, but allow me to bring in the rest of the panel. Next I have Mr. 𝟭𝟰𝗧𝗛𝗛, President and CEO of Legendary Gold Limited, I believe hailing from Nigeria.
Yes, I am.
You're most welcome. Please tell us a bit about your business, and then also what your experience has been in terms of developing the textile industry in Africa. What are your top thoughts?
Okay, 𝟭𝟰𝗧𝗛𝗛 is my name, President, CEO, Legendary Gold Limited. Our company is into fashion promotion. I mean, here we have the policymakers, we have those in manufacturing, we have the fashion designers. But one area that is very key that completes part of the value chain is the promotion part of it. Our company got started in 1996. We came up with the idea of reorienting Nigerian designers. We are pioneers in the fashion industry in Nigeria, which is in extension on the continent. We came up with the idea of reorienting Nigerians to looking inward, to local fabrics, accessories, and designs. Before we came in, when you see what our designers were doing, you know, it's like something that came out from Paris. But we said, no, if we must export and earn money from foreign exchange, then they must be looking inward to be inspired from inside, you know, local fabrics, accessories, and designs. So we introduced the Nigeria Fashion Show, which was our first. For you to participate, you must use local fabrics, you must use local accessories as well. Then we started a big campaign as well, reorienting Nigerians to wear Nigerian clothes, to patronize the local fashion industry. Before then, Nigerians pride themselves of wearing things, that are from around the world, not from Nigeria. You hardly will find a Nigerian patronize the local industry. So it was a big campaign for us for the next 4 years when we got started. And one of the things we did was, if you were to attend the Nigeria Fashion Show, you must wear local clothes. It started from there. So all the diplomats that will come, all the celebrities that will come, all the captains of industry that will come, they were all compelled to wear Nigerian clothes. And at the end of every event, it's all over the papers, it's on TV, it's everywhere, and that was how Nigerian fashion started. Then we got, I got my president wife then, who became like our brand ambassador, who called me from nowhere one day and said, from the 5, 6, 7 years, we started taking Nigerian designers to Paris, to New York, to Milan, to London. And 6 years down the line, I got my president wife called me from the blues and said, Mr. Fashion, where are we going to this year? I didn't know who was on the phone. And I said, we're going to Paris, we're going to Milan, we're going to New York. I said, please, who am I speaking with? And she said, somebody will call you shortly. And her director of protocol called me to say, you just spoke with the first lady. She wants you to come over to Abuja so that you guys can talk. And she became our brand ambassador. Before we go abroad, after we've had our show in Lagos, she hosts us in Abuja. And while we were pioneering fashion, my colleagues were pioneering music and Nollywood. And my colleagues then will come to me and say, please, can you get your designers to make something for these Nollywood stars to wear? And our designers started making very exotic, outfits, which got on Nollywood, and before you know what was happening, it was all over the world. People were asking for Nigerian fashion all over the world. And we started putting Nigerian designers on mainstream fashion events around the world, and that extended to Africa, because the rest of the continent, they were all looking at what was coming out from Nigeria, and we got approached to expand our horizon to the rest of the continent. Doing the same thing we have, replicating the success story, Nigerian success story in the fashion industry to the rest of the continent. And that, we introduced a new project called, we started with Nigeria Fashion Show to the Nigeria Fashion Week. We got into the modeling industry, Nigeria Model Awards. We got big partnerships, Fashion TV, Ford Models in New York. We got big partnerships from around the world. And we decided to expand to the rest of the continent, and we introduced what we call the Africa Fashion Reception, which we organize in partnership with the African Union and UNESCO in Paris. So every year we have 2 events. We bring fashion entrepreneurs from all over the continent and fashion designers. We take them to Addis Ababa every year to the African Union, and that is called the African edition. Then we take them to Paris. That's called the Global Edition. From my experience, like I keep saying from the beginning, this is the most important industry because we all wear clothes. Even the mad people on the street, they all wear, they still try to cover their bodies. But the question we should be made to ask ourselves is, what are we going to be covering our bodies with? As Africans, I guess it has to be things made in Africa. Because, I travel around the world, and I'm with friends most of the times, and they are wearing their suits, and everybody's coming to me to ask me how they can get what I'm wearing off me. They want to pay me handsomely what I'm wearing. And that's what happens everywhere. So what does that tell us? If we all wear clothes, it tells us about the economic viability in this industry. Just a little history. After the Second World War, what brought Europe back to industrialization is the fashion, textile, and garment industry. Today, what is bringing Asia to industrialization is this industry as well. So this can really turn things around for Africa. We keep saying this over and over and over, and when corporations and organizations want to get into the industry, they really don't know how to engage in the industry. They just do their own thing without really seeking advice on how best we can do this. you know. So it starts from, it's not enough for us. We talk all the time. Talk is very cheap, you know, but we need to, this should be practical. We want to come to a forum like this. I mean, dress code should be African, at least for the Africans. You know, we are having a fashion show tomorrow. I mean, we brought one designer from each of the regions of Africa to have a fashion show in the dinner tomorrow, the gala dinner tomorrow. You know, so that you see how creative. I mean, I know you've seen a lot on TV, in the magazines and the rest, but in live, you will see tomorrow how creative our designers are. And I'm challenging all of you, make sure you wear African clothes tomorrow. Don't come with your suits. I'm challenging you tomorrow. Look for African clothes to wear. That will encourage the designers. That will help this industry. We need to turn this industry around. You know, so my aspect has to do with promotion. You know, creating the platforms for African designers. You know, after the cotton to textile to garments, at the end of the garment, which falls on the designers, we need to promote, we need to package properly, you know, we need to go through, we need to package them properly, you know.
I've just think, unfortunately, we're the last panel of the evening, so I'm going to have to give everybody a chance to contribute. I apologize profusely.
Thank you very much for your time.
Blame the guys, we're a bit late in the morning. But I just want to bring in the other two speakers so everybody gets a chance. Mr. Nkanda-Nkabaso, you're most welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Akabaso Nkando. I'm from Zambia. I'm a fashion designer from the brand called Nkanda-Nkabaso. My experience so far in the industry has been amazing because I'm in the garment industry. I do the finishing after the textile. I do the finishing, I make the garments, and we market the garments into the global market. And the experience that I've gotten from gracing runways like Milan and Paris Fashion Week, I could tell that we have great potential to globalize what we are making as a brand and even as in Africa, because being on these stages have just helped to see that we are more creative and powerful beings from where we come from here in Africa. So we just need support from the public sector and also the private sector to make sure that we push the narrative of Buy Africa, from Africa. And from that, we can see a lot of change that will come in the industry. Because in most countries, the fashion industry or the garment industry is one of the most untapped sector, which, if we tapped it, can contribute to the growth of our economy and can reduce the level of employment among youths. So I've noticed this because in the industry, there's so much potential that comes with a lot of employment if the public and the private sector could join hands and promote the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Logo Mahonjo. Welcome.
Thank you. Bonjour, je suis Paul Emmanuel Ogamara. Je suis le président de la Confédération d'Afrique centrale des PME de la zone CEMAC. Et je suis expert textile, styliste, anthropologue et propriétaire d'une marque panafricaine qu'on appelle Forest Spirit, qui vend en Suisse, à Andorre et à Tokyo. Je suis d'abord très gêné parce que chaque fois que je viens à des conférences de l'Union africaine ou bien des séminaires organisés par l'Union africaine, nous, de la zone CEMAC, on a l'impression que c'est l'Union africaine des autres. C'est l'Union africaine où, soit pour que ceux qui n'ont pas la possibilité de pouvoir comprendre l'anglais n'arrivent pas à s'en sortir. Ceux qui n'ont pas la possibilité de maîtriser la langue et n'ont pas assez même de micro, de casques de traduction. Mais aujourd'hui, il y a quand même certains, je pense qu'on est en train d'évoluer. Bon, le véritable problème qui se trouve, c'est que aujourd'hui, là, je regardais à l'entrée de cet hémicycle, on était à l'Union africaine, mais j'avais l'impression qu'on était à l'Union européenne ou bien on était aux États-Unis, parce qu'en regardant les textiles, il n'y a pas 70% qui ont le textile africain. Je ne parle pas de la créativité, je ne parle pas de la manière dont on veut s'habiller. Quelqu'un peut mettre une veste et une créativité, il peut mettre un boubou, mais l'essence de notre textile n'est pas. Aujourd'hui, il y a plusieurs problématiques qui sont posées à notre portée, mais la problématique essentielle pour moi est de savoir est-ce qu'on a mis les bases. Parce que savoir comment promouvoir, c'est savoir si les mécanismes de base sont déjà installés. Est-ce qu'il y a des facilités? Vous savez, l'Union africaine a bénéficié d'une base coloniale. Nous, on parle français, d'autres parlent anglais, d'autres parlent portugais, d'autres parlent espagnol. C'est plusieurs manières de penser et plusieurs manières de voir l'administration qui alourdit le mécanisme. Si nous-mêmes, les garants de ce continent, l'alourdissons aussi dans notre manière, c'est compliqué. Si nous-mêmes qui devons être la vitrine de notre industrie, la vitrine de notre manière de voir les choses, nous-mêmes, on a habillé comme l'étranger, on a habillé différemment de l'Afrique. Le textile africain lui-même n'est pas à notre portée. Qu'allons nous dire à ceux qui nous regardent, qui nous prennent pour des modèles? Nous avons fait plusieurs Fashion Week. Les Asiatiques se sont posés une question. Ils ont créé les dragons d'Asie. Ils sont devenus offensifs. La France s'est posé une question avec Pierre Berger. Elle a misé sur Laurent. Qu'est-ce que l'Afrique a fait pour miser sur ses enfants? Il y a une base qui doit être créée. Il faut d'abord miser sur les champions, faire des champions des vitrines, parce que dans chaque région se trouvent des leaders. S'appuyer sur une manière de communiquer, une manière de voir notre industrie. On n'est pas là pour copier une industrie. On a une identité très riche, on a une manière de voir diversifiée, et cette industrie doit être aménagée, hybridée, en fonction de notre manière de voir les choses. Il faut, pour moi, dans les propositions, qu'on puisse se trouver avec des événements régionaux et sur-régionaux et continentaux qui ont un niveau qui promeut l'industrie. Imaginez-vous, nous sommes l'un des pays les plus grands détecteurs de matières premières. Mais pour avoir la matière première en Afrique, c'est tout un problème. Avoir l'accès à la matière première est un problème. La production dans la chaîne industrielle ne représente que 12%. La transformation du tissu jusqu'à l'ennoblissement représente 65%. Donc nous allons bâtir une industrie sur 12%, alors que 65% sort du continent. Il faut revoir la politique qui est à l'intérieur. Maintenant, cette politique trouve aussi d'arrêter la bureaucratie. Tout le monde sait que quand nous venons dans les grands forums, c'est beaucoup de bureaucratie et beaucoup de choses qu'on va dire, mais maintenant, il faut les accomplir, c'est compliqué. Nous pensons qu'il est nécessaire aujourd'hui de s'appuyer sur des événements qui peuvent être des vitrines, de s'appuyer sur l'Union africaine qui est une vitrine qui peut nous donner un dress code. Un dress code qui est... Vous savez, nous sommes des techniciens. Et en tant que techniciens, on a l'obligation de dire ce qui est. Mais maintenant, quand nous nous trouvons dans une posture où on doit faire de la diplomatie, ça veut dire on parle pour 2 minutes pour faire plaisir à l'auditoire, alors qu'il y a beaucoup de problèmes. On est obligé de se conformer. Sur ce, je vais vous dire donc merci. Je vais limiter la présentation à ce niveau pour rester dans les règles de la politique. Mais dans les règles pratiques, il faut faire confiance aux événements africains, faits par les Africains et créés pour les Africains. Je vous remercie.
My sincere apologies again to have to cut you short, and I think what you've said is extremely relevant. I want to speak a little bit about what does it take. So you've all given a very interesting picture. There's Jazz, who starts from the raw material, textile manufacturing. I have a policymakers giving us a picture about the need to think regionally about the sector, and 3 very different businesses employed in the fashion setup. You've all spoken about the need to embrace our African clothing and our African identity. But what does it take, especially from a position of you as designers, for you to start building or to grow value chains at home, apart from the consumer need? But if it's the consumer demand, then just say that, and we hear it loud and clear. May I start at the end with Loga, please?
En principe, pour moi, je pense que la formule au niveau de la manière de présenter l'industrie, comme je le disais au départ, n'est pas le problème. Le problème se trouve dans les mécanismes mis pour le développement. Aujourd'hui, on a une valeur culturelle très élevée. Dans chaque région, il y a une identité culturelle qu'on peut transformer en produit mode, en produit vendable et en produit de développement. Mais le véritable problème, c'est de mettre des socles d'innovation, les socles de technologie et un accompagnement pour permettre à ce qu'ils puissent avoir cet éclore, d'identifier.
So that we can develop ourselves, identify a certain number of activities. We've said that in all the continent we don't have the appropriate centers for marketing for us, and we don't have creation studios, typical made in Africa studios, knowing that clothes are worn by everybody, and the identity culturally is what defines us, and it is necessary to come together to develop our own fashion, and winter, spring, and autumn. Yet we have our own seasons, and each village has its own identity. And sell like the French. We need to sell like Africans, and the industry that will come, there's something about training and working together based on what is most important.
Have now patented their own print that screams and that speaks of Africa. And we've seen how government have supported the market because Africa is talented. And when I was in China, I was able even to say, people now, they don't care where this is coming from. Because our clothes, they have a story. Our print have a story. And that's what they loved about that. So we should make sure the policymakers and the government, they play a key role in making sure that these talented entrepreneurs and talented garment makers, they are supported to the level that you are able to be competitive in the global market. Thank you.
I think we just need to create the right products in this industry, because for us to be able to access a local or international market, we need to have the right products. So we just need to be able to create the right products, that will go through quality control, that will be well done, well packaged, that can put, temporaries around the world. Those industries are heavily supported by the government. India, for example, they have a ministry for garment and textile, with so much money allocated to it every year, so they can develop, and that's why they export a lot. So those are some of the things we need on the continent.
Thank you. Madam Valderrama, some last thoughts?
I believe we need from what I've heard also just from other panelists, it's a holistic integrated approach that is required that looks at various elements, finance, technology enabled, upskilling of skills, enabling designers and producers to be effectively supported, but being intentional as Africa to say that yes, the industry is important, it has potential to create employment opportunities, but also we need to be intentional in terms of an integrated approach that will undertake to create an enabling environment that will allow us to really then pursue this sector competitively, because we need to be competitive not only on the continent, but also have that brand Africa recognized consistently, not a seasonal, fashionable undertaking, but really consistently that Africa is on the map, is on par with others, whether you're talking about the Yves Saint Laurent of this world or whoever. Our designers must also stand out there, and we produce products that will consistently be present and be competitive on the market, global market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm seeing Jazz is back on screen. So Jazz, I'm going to twist the question a little bit to you, because you are a policymaker. You're sitting at some of the highest level tables in terms of decision making and guiding where this industry is going. You heard it loud and clear from the designers and former policymakers that we need a long-term, sustainable industry support framework in order to develop. Can you shed some light on what is underway, what can be done, or will you be our ambassador as you continue your journey in the leadership of this industry? Over to you. Sorry, Jazz, we're having a bit of network. Okay, you're online now. Please start again.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm actually, I totally concur with the designers who made the submissions earlier on, that as Africans, we need to pride ourselves in our design and in our prints that we have actually worn over these many decades and centuries. I was in China the other day, and I went to a factory, a huge factory that makes 1 million meters of fabric every day. And I was looking forward to going into the factory to see what type of variety and versatility do they produce. To my total shock, that factory was doing 1 million meters of African prints every day. And I asked the Chinese owner, I said, excuse me, these are African prints, where do you sell them? I thought he's going to say, sell them to Europe or US or whatever it is. He says, no, we sell them to Africa. And I said, where in Africa? He said, 70% of this will end up going to West Africa, another 20% to East Africa, and 10% to Southern Africa. And by and large, entire business model in China with African prints made for Africa. And on the edge of the fabric, it was written, made for Nigeria, made for Cameroon. They're very subtly avoiding the word made in Nigeria, but it was being implied that it is made for an African market, so that the consumer, when he buys it, he's actually buying thinking it's local, but it was not local. So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that we, over the last 2 to 3 or 4 decades, we've lost a whole industry that was vibrant, that was manufacturing, that was adding value to local cotton. We've moved away with our strong liberalization agenda to allowing imports, to killing the textile industry that we had on the continent, and resorting to imports and selling our cotton, which is largely grown in the C4 countries of West Africa, 70% of it making its way to Asia and being value added and then sold on. And there is a strong brand called Cotton Made in Africa, which in our plantations in Uganda we are using. And there's 850,000 smallholder farmers, 650,000 of them from West Africa registered the program. But all they're trying to say is, and all we're trying to say is, we need identity. And cotton made in Africa should be an identity for African made, and not cotton grown in add value and then sold in Europe. So there is that strong agenda that we are still doing conventional cotton on the continent. We're not doing BT cotton, so our cotton is different. And because our cotton is different, I think it can be sold differently. And that 1.5 million tons that we grow, it's a lot of cotton. It's only 5% of the world's cotton production. Create 9 million jobs on the continent, and I think that's what we really need to be doing, joining the dots from the field to the fashion, and also protecting our intellectual property, because how can a Chinese factory be making 1 million meters of African prints and the IP actually is African? I mean, it happened with Kenya with our kikois that were registered out in the UK, our kiondo in Japan. So basically, we need to be a little bit smarter. We need to start thinking of intellectual property, protecting that property, and then making the catway. And if you look at Louis Vuitton, I mean, they launched a Masai print collection 2 years ago on the runway. Why did they do that? Because they saw some value on the African fabrics and artifacts and everything else. So, but we didn't protect it. So there's a lot that we do wrong, and think it's time that we do a lot right, so that we can create the jobs on the continent for Africa, by Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz. And a very powerful comment. And I think I actually want to challenge the designers here today. We have several textile mills in Eastern Africa. I hope you will visit them. I hope you will start sourcing from them. Stop going to China to pick up. We also have AfCFTA now. One of our ambitions as a program is to actually see some𝗭𝟑𝗪 fabric leaving East Africa and going to West Africa under the special trade arrangement. So to the policymakers here today, I hope you will support the industry to achieve that. I wish I could take more questions from the audience. Unfortunately, we are 10 minutes to 6 p.m. Let me ask my boss over here if it's okay. 10 minutes? All right. Okay. Madam, on the right-hand side, you've raised your hand first, so allow me to bring you in. I have several hands up. I'll try my best to fit everyone in. Microphone, please, here. Over here, please, can we have a microphone? And then can we also give another microphone to the gentleman in the front who's raised his hand too? Quickly, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm disappointed a little bit. Just only one thing. I didn't hear any of the panelists talking about the used clothes that are imported into Africa. I don't know whether these used clothes are also from Africa. I'm disappointed because I had one experience. This is a testimony. One of my cousins put on those used clothes, and she has had a skin problem up to date. So I'm saying, like in Uganda, for example, the used clothes have killed Ugandan industry. I don't know what comment you will give, especially the designers. Used clothes are killing our textile industry. And what are we going to do, especially? I want to talk because I'm an East African. You go to Port of Mombasa, the trailers that leave Mombasa for Kampala and other parts of, I think a quarter of it is full of used clothes. Are we proud of that? Really? And honestly speaking, from the bottom of my heart, are we happy? Used clothes? And I don't know whether there is a legislator from Yala, East Africa and something. Is there anybody here? I am not satisfied with what you do in that house, as well as my parliament in Kenya, my parliament in Rwanda, my parliament in Burundi, in Uganda, name it. Use the clothes. I've seen it medically. It's not good. Because in the village there, they don't even wash. They buy and onto it straight. And how much diseases are we contracted lately? And no research has taken part in that. I saw with my own eyes, my own cousin. To date, she has skin issue. She was trying, just trying to see if it fits her. What happens? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to agree with the other previous speaker, just the other one who was on the screen. There is something wrong with us Africans. Unfortunately, I'm still very young. If I was old, trust me. No, I'm bleeding. I'm crying. And I see men and women of integrity here. Very intellectual. Now, look, like one of the back cloths, I think many of you, the intellectual property, I think some white man just took it away from my people in Kampala, the Uganda. So look at it. I'm disappointed, I'm sorry. So give your comment on that. If you can't, we are all African. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow me to take the second question and then open the floor for a 1 minute each response. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Mine is really not a question, just a comment. I think we've talked about the opportunities outside that Africa can serve the other markets arose from Jazz. So Jazz, if you're listening, I would have wished to hear a lot more about opportunities from trading within Africa, the potential of the African market before we can export. And for us to develop this potential, we have to rethink our fashion. You and I right now are in our suits and ties and shirts and, you know. But what was our fashion like? Because your fashion, how you dress is part of your soul. And if it's taken away from you, it's, you know, somebody just completely changed who you are. If you meet somebody dressed like an Indian, you would not confuse, right? You say, even though I don't know that she is an Indian, but she is dressed in an Indian attire. That is their soul. It's part of their identification. Wherever they travel, whether they're in America, they will dress like Indians, whether they're in Europe. But if you meet me like dressed like this, you probably would not know whether I'm from Jamaica, wherever, you know. Is there a way we could travel the world and people identify us with how we dress and say, you are from Nigeria, you are from Kenya, you know, you are from Africa, I can see, all right, from the way you dress, because this is part of, once we can develop that, then we'll be able to serve our own market. We'll create a market for our own, because I do not think that our African fashion will be made in Netherlands to come and serve us here. All right? So I think that is the only addition that I wanted to add, that if we are going to, you know, serve our own market, we must have African identity in how we dress. That's part of our soul. We should not lose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I see the challenge of tomorrow, everybody turning up looking in our African attire. I hope that's been well received by everybody. Make an effort. You still have some time to run to the mall, and there's a very nice shopping place just outside here. I know secondhand clothing and the emotive issues around secondhand clothing need its own panel. We could spend hours, and I think we even talking about this industry, we didn't do it enough justice. So my appeal to the EABC AU, could we have a conference that is one day talking about textiles? 9 million jobs are on the table. That's quite a lot of jobs, and I think that's not even counting the ones outside of East Africa. So please, EAU, reconvene us again to talk about clothing and textiles. I just want to give the speakers 1 minute each, please, gentlemen, and I will cut you off, each one, if you go over time, just to respond to Madame about why we're not talking about this now. And I'm just going to start with Madame Pauline. Please start.
Yes, indeed, second-hand clothing is a challenge. It has contributed to the decline of the industry. It has destroyed the industry, to be more specific. It is that, but also imports of either subsidized or cheaper imports coming into our economies that have also contributed to that. But there we need to be very deliberate in terms of policies to just ban the importation of second-hand clothing if we are serious about creating an industry, because it has far-reaching implication, whether it's health, besides just the impact, the negative impact it has on the industry. In our case, in SACU, second-hand importation of second-hand clothing is not allowed, or it is allowed by permit, but otherwise it's not a freely traded commodity, and it's because of the implication it has on the industry. But apart from the second-hand clothing, also there were just other factors that have affected the displacement of the industry in South Africa and in Southern Africa, for example. But on the On the second comment that was made, I think we need to be intentional, really. We need to be intentional. We need to be proud of being African, and we're African, and promote African. That's the only way we can really change this. Thank you.
For me, that is a serious government policy issue. You know, I just think our governments are doing nothing, you know, in protecting a lot of our industries, the textile most especially. I'll give you an example. For every country on the continent that second-hand clothes thrive, the local industry has been destroyed. But another thing we should also take into consideration is to see how serious a government can be. You know, second-hand clothes coming from the US and Europe and other countries are being pushed by their governments. I'm sure we know that. I'll give you an example. Rwanda, for example, wanted to grow their local industry, and they banned second-hand clothes. And the US government stopped them from taking advantage of AGOA. That is to export through AGOA. You know, so you can see the US government supporting taking out second-hand clothes from the US to Africa, spoiling our market, yet our governments do nothing when second-hand clothes come in to destroy the local market. So this is a serious government policy, you know, and our governments on the continent must take this serious because it's destroying a whole lot of jobs and a whole lot of industries.
Just to add on what she's just from saying, it's very true. Importation of second-hand clothes has really destroyed the industry. And this is our appeal to the policymakers in here and regulators to make sure that hear our cries as designers. And if we really want to create jobs and to see economic growth from the industry, we need the implementation of policies that will protect the industry, that will look at the well-being of the industry. And the other thing I will appeal to everybody in here, please, 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 we should be the people that will help to position the industry, the African garment industry. We are the people that need to globalize this, so we should take this seriously. From now on, I think we should see an African Union where everybody that attends is asked to wear anything made from Africa by Africa. And then if we start from there, I think there'll be a lot of change that will come in the industry, that will see some growth from each and every country. Thank you.
Merci. Je pense que le problème a été, comme on a dit au départ, les créateurs africains ont du potentiel. Mais nous trouvons dans un continent.
Have a potential, but the government has abandoned the private sector, and we are not able to work. The government is not taking care of its responsibilities. We have to support our industries, and which means that everything is possible. All we need is support from the government. We have markets which are available and which can allow the industry to go. We need politics. We need, if we can only access some of these markets, we can boost the industry. We shouldn't only wear clothes every day. In order to conclude, these clothes every day, and there are a lot of things. People are wearing a shirt by an African designer, and it's being sold everywhere across the world, and it's an African president who wore it first, and I think this is what we need. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
We're going to have another session on textiles. But without further ado, allow me to close this panel. Thank you so much for listening, and looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow, all dressed in African wear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for keeping time also. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a very interactive sessions and discussion all day long. I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for being with us throughout the day. There is one session which we were supposed to cover it today, but we'll do it tomorrow morning. Now, the most important thing is, please do not miss tomorrow's sessions. We are going to have very attractive sessions. There will be sessions on digital trade, climate change, youth and women panel, energy panel, transport, logistics and infrastructure, agribusiness and food security. And there will also be competition for youth startups, which is going to be tomorrow. So I would like to close this session for today, and we meet tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to start our session at 9 a.m. sharp. Please be here on time. I thank you.